Welcome to the fifth hearing of the Committee's inquiry into proposed energy from waste facilities. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing connections and cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Nicole Overall and I am Chair of the Committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. That would be a good idea, Chair. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence that they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So, to Mr. Chris Horsey, welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. Could you please state your full name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Yeah, Christopher James Horsey, Hornsby Shire Council, Waste Management Manager. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Horsey. Now, would you like to start by making a short statement?
Look, I believe I made a short statement when I first appeared. I'm happy to rest on that. I don't think I need to add anything further to that.
Okay, well, I would like to say, Mr. Horsey, it was because of your previous evidence and statement that you gave that I was keen to see you recalled to talk further with the committee, specifically based on, as you'd mentioned, your 30 years industry waste management sector experience. I found that very valuable and was keen to talk with you more on that. So let's get straight to it. And one of the things that you had mentioned in that previous submission and when you were here with us, that there's no responsible agency within government organisations for strategic planning of waste and the delivery of waste infrastructure. And currently, obviously, the EPA is responsible for regulation, but not really geared for that strategic structure and implementation. So how would you see such a thing working?
Sure, thank you for the question. Look, the EPA are responsible for waste infrastructure strategic planning, as I understand it, and they have developed a statewide waste infrastructure plan. I think from local government's perspective, that plan is somewhat lacking in terms of detail. It was released as a chapter 1 and we were awaiting further chapters and we were hoping there'd be more detail.
Sorry, Mr. Horsey, we've lost the sound.
It's frozen.
Are we back on?
Sorry, you can hear me?
I can now, yes, thank you. And sorry, you were just talking about this, right? You were waiting on the further detail.
Yeah, we're waiting on the further details in those chapters, but understand they will be more on resource recovery, circular economy and rural or regional areas waste infrastructure rather than Sydney Metro. And I guess our view is, I don't know exactly how many councils are in Sydney managing the domestic waste. Individual councils and ROCs alone will not be able to procure and cannot plan an integrated network of waste infrastructure for a city of 5 million. And I guess the plan with the EPA, I believe, doesn't have adequate detail in it around the required transfer stations to move waste around, rail heads if we're relying on rail to get...
No, we've lost sound again. So you can hear us, Mr. Horsey, okay?
I can hear you fine,
yeah,
yes.
Okay, it just sort of seems to come and go a little bit from your end. So again, we're talking about the transfer stations now?
Yes, transfer stations, around moving waste throughout Sydney efficiently, around having rail heads, multiple ones in Sydney to move waste out, even looking at the use of rail. My understanding is there's current restrictions in act.
Again, sorry, Mr. Horsey. So, yeah, something seems to keep cutting out. in there when it's every few minutes. So perhaps if I put up my hand, you'll know that you've cut off again.
I will pause.
Yeah, maybe
you.
that's it. Thank you. Okay, so it is about that overall strategic picture that you think needs to be better developed. Is that the way to express it?
Most certainly. And it's about having an integrated waste infrastructure network, and that is transfer stations, the rail, but then the facilities that we need to take the waste to be processed or disposed of, whether it be landfill or energy from waste.
And you personally see or feel that the idea of a standalone agency to more fulsomely address that would be one potential option?
Most definitely. I think local councils and ROCs can't do it alone. They don't have a broad enough purview or the scope of the whole of Sydney. The EPA isn't going to be buying land, acquiring land, looking at planning processes, establishing sites, engaging contractors out of the waste industry to run those sites and so forth. And the question is then, who is doing that? I believe we used to have Waste Services New South Wales that had...
Sorry. So, yes, Waste Services New South Wales, I am interested in hearing more about that.
Yes. So I'm not advocating we return to that particular model. I think it's time to reevaluate and think what a new model might look like. I think I used the word Sydney Waste Authority. Might be time to bring something into place like that, and that agency could do all of the strategic planning of what infrastructure is needed, where can we strategically locate that in the right parts of Sydney, where do we relocate.
So where do we relay?
Back on. Apologies. Where do we locate, landfills or energy from waste facilities? And an agency that can be tasked with getting that done. It's critical because of the time frame we have left. We're running out of landfill capacity 2030. We extend...
We are working to fix it in the background.
We extend the existing landfills to get some interim capacity. That buys us a little bit more time, but we're still going to be under the pump to facilitate that. And I guess I'm not confident the current system and arrangements will do that. And I think government intervention is needed. It's not unprecedented. Government did intervene 25 years ago with the Woodlawn landfill.
Indeed.
To try to facilitate that. And as I said in my testimony last time, I believe we've almost come full circle back to that stage. And I think that's symptomatic because we don't have an agency doing that planning, that acquisition, making sure that infrastructure is there to serve a major metropolitan city such as Sydney.
Okay. I'll just have one more quick one on that basis before I pass on to my colleagues, please, Mr. Horsey. Talking about running out of landfill, you had said in your previous submission 2 options for waste disposal at the present time, being energy from waste or landfills. I was fascinated to attend the Coffs Harbour Waste Conference and learn about so many other things that are happening in the technological development space, like gasification, pyrolysis. Do you think that there are other options that should be being looked at as well?
Not really. There has been a pyrolysis plant in New South Wales in Wollongong before and it failed. Technologies can be high risk, and I think risk management is certainly something that is important. Energy from waste is proven. Landfills are proven. I think there's no doubt there's a question for our community at the moment, should we be moving away from landfills to energy from waste or not? The primary matter there is, will the community accept them? The community, I think, have valid concerns around pollution and air quality and where these facilities are, but they do around landfills as well. I think if we are going to have landfills going forward, we do need increased environmental standards for those landfills around leachate management, extraction, treatment, and landfill gas extraction treatment, and also an area that's not currently in the landfill guidelines around treating fugitive emissions. If those landfill gas systems only capture 50 or 60% of the gas produced in a landfill, how are we dealing with that other 50 or 40% of fugitive?
Okay. All right, sound gone again. So on that basis, I might go to my colleagues. Dr. Con?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks so much for your evidence so far this morning. I actually was hoping you could expand on the point you were just starting to make there. So particularly if you can provide any more detail around the need to improve leachate management and gas extraction treatment for landfills.
Sure. Look, I think it's been recognised that landfills can leak and containing leachate is critically important. I think modern landfill design talks about, triple layered liner cells where you have various forms of impervious liners underneath and then having sub-drainage systems underneath so that you can capture that leachate and then treat it on site so that it isn't an environmental risk or environmental problem. And I think those technologies exist. That's just a matter of design, construction and cost. Regarding
Sure.
gas capture systems, I think what we don't have in the current landfill guidelines are specifications, I think, around the intensity of the vertical and horizontal wells and the types of systems. And I think if that was better specified as a regulatory side of things, that would increase the gas capture. But I think it's accepted there will be a form of fugitive emission from a landfill. There are such things as biocovers, large quantities of organic composted material that can be placed on interim and final capped areas and even operational areas where a metre or 2 metres thick of this organic material, fugitive emissions have to permeate through that material that contain bacteria. That bacteria convert methane to carbon dioxide, therefore it is a conversion layer to stop that methane escaping to the environment. So I don't necessarily see landfills as a technology or a disposal approach that needs to be phased out. In fact, in my testimony, I said I didn't believe we'd adequately explored the cost differential between energy from waste and landfills. Given the cost of living crisis in our community, if we transition to energy from waste, we are concerned what will that do for our cost structures on providing domestic waste services. And then also, you've got that on the business community as well. We don't know the answers to those questions. And I don't believe that work has been done or is publicly available. And we wouldn't know until such time that we tendered. By that stage, we're already in a transition. Therefore, we're blindly transitioning and we don't know what that's going to do to our cost structures. So I think it's a valid concern to express.
Thank you. And if I can just follow up, that was very helpful about the leachate and gas extraction. Are there other jurisdictions, either other Australian states or overseas, that actually have more up-to-date or more stringent guidelines or requirements that we should be looking at?
I'm not sure I'm in a position to adequately answer that question, sorry.
No worries. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Roberts?
No, Chair, other than I'd thank Mr. Horsey for his attendance yet again today and also his original submission from October 25. I think the submission and the evidence he's given are very comprehensive and leave me with no questions at all. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Roberts. Mr.
Likewise.
Banasiak? Mr. Primrose?
No, but I'd like if you or the committee could continue to ask some questions. I think it was a very interesting earlier submission and I'm particularly keen to continue hearing about the views of local government.
Thanks, Mr. Primrose, and I agree with you. So just before we go to Ms. Saval, I might jump in with a couple of extra ones there, please, Mr. Horsey. Following on from what you were just mentioning, so improving the management for landfill, and again, that is something that I saw up at the COF's Waste Conference, how they are moving that ahead really in leaps and bounds and doing better jobs with technology like drones, etc. From your experience in the sector, are you also able to comment on the cost effectiveness of that, coming to the points that you've made of energy from waste potentially being far more expensive, but even the management of landfill would be a more cost-effective exercise in your experience?
Look, the answer is we don't know because we've not seen any analysis on that. What I do know is that my experience in building landfills, and I have built a number in different states and territories in Australia throughout my career.
Okay.
Phil?
We're thinking that we might give you a call, Mr. Horsey, so that we can have the audio on the phone.
We'll do that now.
If that, so we'll call. So if you keep trying to do this.
So if he just leaves the meeting.
Okay, so if you just leave the meeting, please, and we'll give you a call, and then we'll go back to that question, and then I'll go to Ms. Saval.
Will do. Thank you.
Thanks. It's going to be a day for hiccups, I feel.
Hi Chris, it's Laura. I've sent you the meeting link again. Can you open that in your inbox? And there's an option 3 down, tap to join from a mobile device. Ideally, you can dial in using your mobile into the meeting, into the WebEx. It seems to be a bandwidth issue maybe at your end, so we thought maybe if we go via your mobile, that might rectify it. Yeah, of course.
We had a great streak. And the last hearing, some technical difficulties.
That's all right. It's not for you.
On my mobile device. Is that what you're
What's a
using?
hearing without a few glitches?
Hiccups.
Always happens.
Is he in the lobby? Any luck?
If not, perhaps just go back to the meeting and
Go back, yeah.
we'll deal with it. Just keep putting up our hand and pausing.
Let's try the original meeting. So rejoin the video conference in the original way, if that works for you now. Let's see how this goes. No, if you can do that on your desktop again. Thanks, Chris. Okay, thank you.
Viola is he early? They're in the galleries. Right. They are Barbara. And new CEO. We've been able to landfills like we said. And in the fact that it's not the previous man we spoke to last December. I think it changed everything.
Okay, how's that? We've got you back again, Mr. Horsey.
I can hear you fine.
Thank you. Obviously, it's, technology, got to love it, don't you? So if we just
Indeed.
perhaps, we were just mentioning your previous experience in having built a number of landfills. If you wanted to finish that
Yes.
off, and then
Sure.
I'll hand to Ms. Saval for government questions.
Yes. Look, I think my comments come in line of considering something like a mega landfill, not one for individual councils, the sort of thing I'm thinking of is similar to what Woodlawn did, but doing that in the Hunter, where there's lots of coal mines and open. That would be suitable for long-term landfills. And I think in that case, you'd be looking, 100 to maximum 400 million, and that would get you several stages of that landfill. My understanding of an energy from waste facility is you're looking at 750 million upwards to potentially 1.5 billion, depending on where the construction industry is at, given we've had 25-30% cost increases over the last few years. So when you look at the cost to build these things, I think there's a comparative difference, and I would assume that would translate into gate fees that local government will have to bear. But again, we just do not know, and entering into that without knowing risks us bearing the burden of that cost and passing that on to our community. And is that going to then escalate,
No.
will that escalate the cost of living on our community? And we've unknowingly walked ourselves into that. I think that's a risk worth exploring in the beginning rather than down the track.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Savelle?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for appearing again, Mr. Horsey. I just wanted to ask just some clarifying questions around some of your earlier remarks to evidence. And I think you've helped clarify with some of that content there. But just to be clear, from Hornsby Shire Council's perspective, you're advocating for another Woodlawn facility as a solution to the issues with waste. Is that correct?
Not quite. What I would say is we don't have a problem with energy from waste. We don't have a preference for a solution, whether it be landfill or energy from waste. What we're expressing is we don't believe the work has been done to compare the two. Sorry.
Now we're back.
Yeah, you don't
Thank
believe
you.
the work has been done. I'd be interested to hear
Correct.
how
Yeah.
how you've arrived at that. Yeah.
How have we arrived at that? Well, where do we go to find a cost analysis between energy from waste and landfill and what that cost might do? There's nothing in the New South Wales waste infrastructure.
No, still not. Not our day.
Sorry,
There we go.
I'm not sure what's happening. I'm in a council building on Wi-Fi that should be reliable.
More funding.
Yeah. Yes, look, I can't really comment on work that I don't know whether it exists or not. We've never seen it. I think as a waste manager representing a council, they're valid concerns. Part of my job is cost efficient, best value for money services to our community, and I think that's what's on our mind. We have no. Thank you for your patience. We would have no problems utilising energy from waste facilities. I think I've spoken about social licence and the need for a campaign to gain that social licence.
Yep.
Opening up where the facilities are permitted to go and having a broader purview of letting them go to coal-fired power stations and other places, particularly if they're not, if there's no pollution or bioaccumulation or any issues like that. So we're not advocating one way or the other. We're just expressing concerns around cost, social licence, timeframes.
I just have one final question for you, so I might just jump in with that while we're waiting for the buffering to fix itself. You mentioned earlier also exploring the extension or expansion of existing landfills. I wondered if you could just update the committee on whether there are any within or any that you are aware of that would be an appropriate option.
Sure. Look, that's not coming from Hornsby Council, that's in the Waste Infrastructure Plan issued by the EPA, talking about knowing that if we're running out of capacity in 2030, well, you're not going to have an energy from waste facility, I don't think, built in time. What's the stopgap interim, let's call it an emergency measure? And I think that's being driven by them. I would assume the EPA is in negotiations and dialogue with the companies that own those in terms of what they are. Lucas Heights and Woodlawn are the two only landfills, really.
Thanks, Chair. That's all my questions.
Thanks, Mr. Val. Well, I had a couple of others, Mr. Horsey, but given our technical difficulties, perhaps we'll put those on notice to you so that we don't have to persecute any further with my hand gestures in all of this. So thank you for staying with us through all of that, and we very much appreciate your time and expertise in this space. And yes, we will be in touch. As I said, I do at least have a couple that we'll pass on, and any of the other committee members as well. So thanks for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. One of those days, isn't it? We're here? Great, let's get on. Just get this done first. I have a moment. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Welcome, and for making the time to give evidence. Could each of you please, starting from my left, state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Sure. My name's Mike Ritchie. I'm the Managing Director.
Could you just bring that a little bit closer to you, please, Mr. Ritchie? We're
Thank you.
having gremlins today.
Got it?
Yeah.
My name's Mike Ritchie. I'm the Managing Director of MRA Consulting Group. The affirmation: I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ron Wainberg. I'm the Technical Director at MRA Consulting. I take the affirmation that I solemnly and sincerely and truly declared and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you both. Now, would either or both of you like to begin by making a short statement?
What's that? Yes, thank you. We need to recognise the difficult truth about Australia's waste system. Even though recycling has improved dramatically, the amount of waste going to landfill is still increasing. Over the last 3 decades, Australia has lifted urban waste recovery from about 7% in 1996 to approximately 66% in 2023. That's incredible progress. But despite this, the total waste sent to landfill has still risen from 21.2 million tonnes to 25.7 million tonnes. And why? Why has that happened? The answer is quite simple: because population growth, economic growth, and our throwaway consumption habits have outpaced improvements in recycling. I call it the buy a new one and throw the old one away habit. Experience shows that some residual waste will always remain. Waste that is too contaminated, too mixed, or too costly to recycle. For that leftover waste, there is really only two management options available for the stuff, either landfill or energy from waste, or EFW. Landfill is familiar to us all, but it comes with major long-term downsides. It takes up huge amounts of land, creates odour, traffic and litter, and continues to produce gas and leachate for decades after it closes. Because buried waste is unstable, the land is effectively quarantined from many productive uses. In contrast, however, modern energy from waste facilities are enclosed, have a smaller footprint, and use advanced emissions controls and continuous monitoring. Over 2,000 plants overseas clearly show that when properly designed, operated and regulated, these facilities are much better option for residual waste than simply burying it. Unfortunately, however, energy from waste is controversial. Older plants created pollution problems, and those images still shape public opinion. There are also concerns that burning waste could undermine recycling, but these risks can be addressed through good policy by making sure EFW only handles genuine residual waste, not materials that should be recycled as a preference. The key message I want to say is that there is no single solution, there is no silver bullet for us to manage our waste. A strong system needs resource recovery, energy recovery and landfill, all working together in a balanced manner, each playing their own specific role. In that light, Western Australia, I believe, is an example of what can happen when government policy is clear and supportive, while unfortunately New South Wales is, I believe, hampered by policy settings that have made projects difficult and left Sydney now facing shrinking landfill capacity. Government needs to lead with clear facts, transparent regulation and honest public communication. Avoiding the issue or letting misinformation drive decisions risks New South Wales ending up with a waste system that is ultimately more expensive, more contested and in the end thoroughly unsustainable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ritchie.
Yeah, I would just reinforce that by saying what we need is an integrated waste management system that maximises recycling where it's possible, and we've done exceptionally well, as Ron said, in growing recycling rates over the last 20 to 30 years, driven in large part by landfill levies, but also other government interventions into the market and some innovation. The second thing we need to do is take the high embodied energy material, that rather than sending that to landfill where it is wasted and generates, particularly in the case of timber and organics, generates 3% of Australia's greenhouse gas footprint. We need to get that out of landfill and put it into an energy extraction system. In this case, it's an energy from waste system. And then finally, that leaves landfill with a role as the last repository of contaminated material that has no embodied energy, that is not going to generate greenhouse gas emissions, and is a place for example, asbestos contaminated soil, another material that has no value in an energy from waste system. So what we need is an integrated waste management system that has energy from waste as a part of a broader suite of activities. And as Ron said, with the right government policy settings, we should be able to maximise recycling and minimise wasted materials to landfill. And that's what's missing across all governments. New South Wales is not particular in that regard. It's a new area and governments are grappling with the right policy settings, but we do think we need a much more mature debate about the reality of energy from waste in the Australian waste management system.
Thank you. So in coming to that then, the mix of solutions, I've read some of the writings that you've put on your website as well. And when looking at those mix of solutions, I guess I've got two questions there. You specifically do talk about energy from waste and landfill, but what about other technologies? What's your view of things like gasification, pyrolysis, emerging technologies perhaps is the first part of the question. And then the second, your view or MRA's view of the selection of sites in that regard, if you believe that energy from waste is something that should be a considered part of this integrated waste system, then how does the current restriction of sites potentially impact that?
Yep. Let me deal with the first one first, gasification pyrolysis. We're technology agnostic. Pyrolysis, gasification and mass burn incineration should all be on the table as specific options for specific waste streams, as should anaerobic digestion for food waste, for example, which is another energy from waste technology. It's a non-thermal technology and non-heat. But yeah, so all technology should be on the table and they should be assessed on their merits on a case-by-case basis. Unfortunately, we've made a specific case for thermal treatment in New South Wales that has restricted the availability of that technology, whereas other states and other governments around the world have not. They've embraced the technology as a solution, and that's what needs to happen. In terms of locations, the New South Wales policy settings are different from all other states of Australia. Only Victoria has introduced a cap on energy from waste, which started at 1.5 million tonnes. It's now up to 2.5 million tonnes, and I think they're realising that the cap doesn't embrace the best technology. It just makes it more advantageous for early movers who had technology and were ready to go. So it's not a sensible public policy setting. Western Australia has said, the best technology wins, and the best location wins, and that should be the only criteria. Should be an economically rational decision. If energy from waste is safe, which it is, then all locations that are suitable for industrial activity should be open for energy from waste facilities.
Just coming to back to the point about an integrated waste management system, and you would have heard our previous witness as well. Does MRA have a view on the need or the potential advantage of having a standalone agency to better and more comprehensively address what is needed from a strategic and infrastructure point of view, if we are going to take and needing to take this far more seriously as it's going to worsen into the future?
Yes, and our view is very clearly is the EPA is hamstrung in its policy making. It is the regulator and it's trying to do two jobs, and it has been inadequate in forward planning for waste infrastructure for the last 20 years. It's not new to the EPA. It is starting to recognise it, and to the credit of the Minister and the EPA senior executive, now they have at least recognised there is a problem, but the rate of change and the rate of management of this is inadequate. I mean, we need to massively fast-track infrastructure for recycling and for waste management, for residual waste management. That includes energy from waste, but as I heard Hornsby just say, it also includes the need for expanded landfill capacity, and that is equally true. So yes, there has been a significant lack of strategic policy making by government in New South Wales, and I think that was intentional. When the government originally sold Waste Service New South Wales, it stepped away from strategic planning for waste infrastructure. It centrally plans hospitals, schools, roads and all sorts of other infrastructure, but for some reason it left waste management to the private sector and has no role in strategic planning for those assets. It is finally, now in the last 2 years, starting to produce infrastructure reports as to what's needed, but they are very preliminary, and the EPA, in our view, needs to massively step up and fill that space so that the private sector understands what technology, what infrastructure is required and where it's required. And that is clearly a role for government. The government is not fulfilling at the moment.
Okay, so just one final one from me before I hand on to my colleagues. You would have heard, obviously very engaged in this debate and what we've heard throughout this inquiry, the serious community concerns, questions that are raised, that lack of social licence for energy from waste particularly. Do you believe that there's been enough data, information, consultation, engagement in that regard to address these community concerns?
Let me deal firstly with social licence. All waste management has a challenge with social licence. Whether it's a landfill or a recycling facility, it typically takes 5 to 10 years to get an approval for waste infrastructure in New South Wales. It is the slowest state in Australia for getting approvals for any waste infrastructure. So there is a strategic problem with the way waste infrastructure is planned and approved in this state, and that's widely recognised. So social licence is a part of that, but it's not the whole of it. It is going to always be difficult to get a social licence for a landfill or an energy from waste facility. They're equally difficult. In terms of improving the social licence, there is an absence of leadership by government about the need for this technology. We would recommend the Chief Scientist undertake some work. We are looking at the moment about getting some work done about the benchmarking the technology around the world and producing that information for the public. But that's just MRA. We're a minnow organisation. It's really a role for government to be providing relevant information to the public so that they can deal with that concern. And it's a legitimate concern. We don't diminish residents' concern about the technology, but that would be equally true if it was a landfill next door to them.
Okay, thank you. I might hand to Dr. Conn.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning. I'm interested in some of the work you've done, particularly on circular economy, so things like the bin trim program. Do you think that in terms of reducing residual waste coming out of New South Wales and particularly Sydney, that the government has exhausted all of their options to truly minimise residual waste, and if not, what are the further opportunities?
No, there are many things the government could continue to do to drive up recycling, no question. We should be able to get to 80%, which is the state target, was 80% by 2030, but the government, there are some drivers that would need to be pulled, like a material increase in the landfill levy. It represents probably 60 to 70% of the reason our recycling rate has grown from 7% to 60% in the last 15 years, has been the rise of market signals driving companies, businesses, waste generators to improve their recycling. If it's cheaper to recycle than it is to landfill, it's a pretty obvious binary decision. So landfill levies are one. The mandates that are coming through for FOGO and commercial food will definitely drive higher recovery rates. We expect that will drive 1 million tonnes out of landfill just through commercial food and FOGO from households. There are extended producer responsibility arrangements that the state could pursue much more vigorously, albeit some of those sit with the federal government. The state is doing batteries, for example, but I could name 50 product types that would lend themselves towards intervention in extended producer responsibility. So those three levers are the big ones: market levy, mandates and extended producer responsibility. And then there is if you like, back to bin trim, where government is using taxpayer money to help industry improve and to maximise their recycling rates. And we can always do with more of that to help companies. But we do need to get the fundamentals right, which is about the economic and market signals. And we are a big supporter of the government's intervention over the last 10 years. Of both sides of politics have driven those market reforms, and they are what has driven New South Wales' recycling rate higher, and the other states have followed. Our view to the government is that they need to continue the levy reform, and we've put forward various packages to them to encourage that. But yes, to answer your question simply, there is more that government can do, but let's be real, it's not going to get much higher than 80%. You're still going to have 20% of material that requires residual disposal. And as Ron said, the debate there is it best to go to energy from waste or best to go to landfill? Our view is if it contains embodied energy, i.e. has energy value, then it should go to energy from waste. That provides base load power for the state. We think about 2 to 3% of base load power could come from energy from waste. and it also reduces emissions from landfill, which represent about 3% of Australia's greenhouse gas footprint. So part of an integrated waste system is you do as much recycling as you can rationally and economically do, you extract the embodied energy through energy from waste, and it keeps a residual stream for truly residual material that has no value, like asbestos contaminated soil that goes to landfill.
Thank you. It's helpful. And if I can just come back to extended producer responsibility, because we've got an excellent legislative framework in New South Wales now that I think, as you noted, has only been applied to batteries. I think you said that you'd be able to rattle off 50 product types, perhaps on notice. I'd be really interested in that list, in where you think the opportunities are for more ambitious product stewardship.
Yeah, well, the big one, of course, is packaging, and that should be done by the federal government, so that's a national integrated scheme that reflects and respects the state container deposit schemes. But that's worth about 6 million tonnes of packaging we put on the market, of which we still landfill 2.5 million tonnes. So that is immediately able to be taken out of landfill. So there's 2.5 million tonnes across Australia, of which New South Wales would represent probably 800,000 to 1 million tonnes. To answer the Chair's question, that could immediately be taken out and recycled and should never be going to an energy from waste plant. But that requires different instruments and different intervention by government. The private sector cannot intervene to get that material out without changed, different economic signals. The reason 1 million tonnes of cardboard still goes to landfill across Australia is because it's economically rational to landfill it. And until government changes those economic signals, that's where it'll go, because it's a rational decision for those companies that don't recycle their cardboard. It's simply cheaper to landfill it, or less hassle, or whatever that is.
Do you have specific recommendations around those price signals? You know, is it as simple as just increasing the landfill levy? What specifically are those levers we should be pulling?
There is no silver bullet. The higher the levy goes, the more marginal tonnes get brought across into recycling. So it's a question of price elasticity. As you increase the levy, how much additional recycling do you capture? That can only be tested via experience. There is no theoretical model, albeit we've, as a company, have built models around that. But the best way is to materially increase the levy in increments, and as you approach, the instruments will become progressively less able to drive reform. But certainly we think there's still a lot to be gained by the levy, mandates and extended producer responsibility as the three big ones. And yes, of course, education and engagement and bin trim type activities all help and build community and social licence.
Thanks.
Ms McLaren-Jones, do you have anything?
Yes, you've mentioned a little earlier about New South Wales being one of the slowest states to have infrastructure approved. Could you just outline, I think you said it could take up to 10 years for approval. Can you just outline where those blockages are and what needs to change to bring us on par, and what the other states average for their length of time? Yeah,
so the missing piece here is an infrastructure plan that recognises waste as critical infrastructure. There is no statement that says this is a key part of running a mature economy, whereas all other states do. They say, no, we'll have an infrastructure plan for waste. Take Victoria, it has a statewide infrastructure plan and a set of regional infrastructure plans, which say we need landfills here, we need recycling facilities there, we need commercial sorting facilities over here, and that's laid out and planned, which gives applicants, companies, certainty. When they lodge an application for an approval, it's consistent with what the state wants and needs in terms of forward planning. The industry has been calling for that for a decade. Unfortunately, for more than a decade. Unfortunately, what happens then is industry will lodge an application without any state imprimatur. It simply comes down to what are the merits of that particular application, and no doubt there will be a community group opposing it, and often it ends up in the Land and Environment Court. Now, that slows down everything because there's no certainty. What's needed is a infrastructure plan, both from a local level, so local and regional plans. The way Victoria does it, it asks the local regional groupings of waste managers to develop a local plan, and that gets integrated into a regional plan, and from the state level there is a statewide infrastructure plan, and those plans talk to each other and then are publicly released. So everybody knows where infrastructure needs to be built and why, and that's fully explained to the public. That does not exist in New South Wales. There is a draft Chapter 1, which was released in September last year, which simply goes to the Sydney problems, and it does quite a good job of defining the problem, but it doesn't. It talks about expanding the existing landfill assets, as Chris Horsey mentioned, but goes no further than that in terms of defining what's needed, when and how, to give certainty to the investment community. And our view is that there are thousands of jobs in recycling that have been untapped, that are still waiting to be tapped. What's needed is the right market signals and the right infrastructure planning, and that will unlock capital. It'll unlock a massive boom in capital. There are lots of companies that approach us saying, why is it so difficult to get infrastructure built in New South Wales? And they often go to other states because of it.
We do indeed. Mr. Roberts?
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick questions. Thank you, gentlemen, for your attendance today. Dr. Weinberg, you said in your opening statement, I think it was, about WA government policy. Excuse my ignorance. I have no idea what the WA government's policy is in relation to waste disposal, but you appeared to indicate that it was a much preferred, better model. Could you explain it to us a bit better?
The Waste Authority in Western Australia undertook a study as to what are the options and what is the best way to manage residual waste, and their conclusion was that energy from waste is a valid way forward and a preferred option. That became a government policy in the state, and that supported the establishment of two EFW plants. One's running, one's being commissioned right now. But it was positive support, whereas in New South Wales, as Mike said, it's haphazard basically. There've been any number of proposals on the table where people have come forward with ideas. There's a market for the services, a market for the energy, but the whole thing has floundered because it just doesn't fit into a system because the system is undefined.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Ritchie, in your submission, you said something, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so let's just bear with me here. I couldn't take my notes quick enough. I think you said something along the lines that energy from waste is safe technology. Therefore, is there any reason you could see why it shouldn't be located in the Sydney Basin at all?
No.
None whatsoever?
It should be located in the Sydney Basin. The idea that we're going to train waste to parks
on its own, which create more emissions.
To solve a Sydney waste problem is interesting at best. It is flawed public policy. The sooner it's remedied, the better. But I understand the political issues afoot here, but it's not a policy that I would have adopted if I was waving the wand. Energy from waste, there were 6 proposals for Sydney. Not all of those would have got up, but many of them were very excellent proposals and would have saved the economy considerable amounts of money. We do run a train line to Woodlawn right now, and we take our residual waste there. It again is an appropriate location because we're already sending a train load there, and that landfill will fill up eventually, and replacing that with an energy from waste plant at that site makes perfect sense and would be good public policy. But sending it all the way to Parks on a new train line is counterintuitive at best. It is going to be an expense to the economy that I don't think we should or need to bear, and it's a direct result of public policy and government decision making.
So, and again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, and you will speak for yourself, but my position to you would be then, from what you tell me, that I assume that you say that this is based rather on politics rather than technology.
Oh, there's no doubt that energy from waste is a safe technology. Who's been to Paris or who's been to London recently, that those cities have energy from waste plants in the middle of the cities. Perth has now got 2 operating in the middle of Perth. So I don't, it comes down to social licence and uncertainty by the residents, which is why we say government has a key role to play. And as we said, the chief scientist has a key role to play in stating the risks and the benefits.
I note the time, Chair, and I should give my other colleagues a crack at this. So
Thanks, Mr.
that'll
Ross.
do me for the moment.
Mr. Banasiak?
Probably just one question. Do you think EPA has done enough to help in those companies gaining their social licence, given their failures down in Tarago to deal with repeat complaints and repeat concerns from residents around the landfill site by itself?
All right, there's a number of issues in there. Firstly, the odour issues associated with the Woodlawn landfill are about landfilling. They're not about energy from waste. So I think you put that aside and go, that's a landfill management issue. And I know
If they can't manage a landfill, how do you expect them to manage it?
I will leave that for you to interview the Veolia representatives that are coming on later. But all landfills have odour issues, as Ron mentioned in his opening comments. So all landfills have externalities and resident concerns. So, and no one wants a landfill next door to them or an energy from waste plant. So when we're talking about social licence, they are equally difficult, as I mentioned in my opening statement. As for whether the EPA has done enough to create the social licence for energy from waste, the answer to that is no, but it's not just an EPA issue, it's a government policy setting issue that sets the tone for the state as to whether energy from waste is an acceptable technology and whether it meets risk standards. Now, our view is the chief scientist and other representative bodies of the state need to step into that space, along with the EPA, to properly document the technology rather than leaving it solely to proponents. And at the moment, it is left solely to proponents to weave their way through what is a fairly difficult planning approval process. It is not clear, it is not transparent, and it is very difficult for proponents to both get a social licence and to get through the planning approval process, which is why there are many, many more proposals in other states.
Mr. Banasiak, I'm sorry, it's like we are going to be out of time, so I should give the government
sure.
some time as well, if you don't mind.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's Mr. Primrose,
I'll defer to Ms.
Ms. Savell. If you want to put those on notice, Mr. Banasiak.
Thanks so much, Chair. Thank you to you both for appearing today. I just had a couple of questions. My first one is just around the emissions from energy from waste facilities and how that compares to landfill. Are they any better, worse, the same, based on your experience?
Yeah, in terms of the greenhouse gas footprint, it's a very clear benefit of energy from waste. The reason for that is when you put organic waste into a landfill, it generates methane via methagenic bugs, which are 28 times more carbon forcing. They cause 28 times more greenhouse gas emissions or greenhouse gas effect coming out of a landfill. When you burn those organics, their effect is a 1, as opposed to when you put it in a landfill, its effect is a 28. So clearly from an emissions point of view, energy from waste is considerably superior. And even with great gas capture in landfills, you're capturing over the life of a landfill around 50% of the methane gas. On an individual daily basis, yes, you can get up above 90%. But over the tail, and particularly the 40-year long tail of a landfill, it's much more difficult to capture all of the methane. So all landfills generate methane, and it is 28 times more carbon forcing. So there's no doubt that burning organic material is a far better outcome. Burning plastic is still it's like burning coal. It's still a fossil fuel, just gone via plastic to become a fossil fuel. So burning it is no great advantage compared to burning coal to generate electricity. And plastic, on the other hand, in a landfill is inert. It doesn't do anything. It'll sit there for 10,000 years, but it doesn't cause harm. So the equation for plastic is not as obvious, but when it comes to organics, there's no doubt energy from waste is a better option.
Thank Thank you. And I just wondered if you could expand on some of your earlier remarks around the waste levy. So I note on your website you've got sort of your 3 policy levers that you suggest sort of have to work in concert. I just wonder, practical, and you mentioned you'd done some sort of modelling and suggestions around that, but in terms of the practical implications on, in particular, local governments who are facing sustainability issues, do you have any suggestions for that, particularly when we look at border cities where at the moment a lot of the waste just gets trucked across the border where they don't have the levies that we do?
Yep. Firstly, states need to get together and have interchangeable levies. That's just simple policy. And the states, to their credit, Queensland is catching up, Victoria is catching up with New South Wales, so that arbitrage across borders is lessened. 3 years ago, we were sending 1 million tonnes to Queensland because there's a zero levy. That arbitrage opportunity is now gone. But the states definitely need to work better and have interchangeability around their levy arrangements. And that comes to Section 92 of the Constitution and interstate trade and commerce, but I won't bore you with all that detail. I think that there is a lot more that the states can do. There is a lot more that New South Wales can do with the levy. The levy budget papers have the levy now raising $998 million in New South Wales in the 26-27 year. That $998 million, less than 10% of that is hypothecated back to waste infrastructure and waste programs. Our view is, first thing, the hypothecation rate needs to be higher so that there is more money to spend on local government to fix the poor landfill management that goes on in many local landfills across New South Wales. That is obvious, and that's a Treasury conversation for you guys to have with Treasury about realistic allocation. We put forward a compromise, if you like, that said continue to increase the levy because the effects of the levy are not just how you spend it, but the market signal that it sends. So our view was increase the levy in material terms by about $6 to $10 per year and hypothecate 100% of that increase to local government and to infrastructure programs. So in other words, we don't pick a fight with Treasury. We let Treasury keep spending that money on roads, schools and hospitals, but that any material increases are dedicated to fixing the challenges we have in the waste space, at least for now, until the crisis is over. We have a serious crisis in waste, particularly in Sydney, and it needs government to step in. And we say the levy is one way to do that. So our recommendation was a $6 to $10 increase per year in the levy in material terms and 100% hypothecation of that increase to local government. I'd also make the point that local government only pay 30% of the levy. I think it's really important that everybody understands that. 70% of waste to landfill in New South Wales is private sector companies, construction, demolition, hospitals, etc. So when local governments say they want more levy money back, they should. They should get more towards what they put in. At the moment, they're getting about a third of what they put in. Our view is that should be increased to half of what they put in immediately, with a trend going to 100% for local government, which is the way the Queensland system works. Queensland gave local government all of their money back under the levy. In fact, it gave them 5% more as an incentive to improve their recycling rate. So for the first few years, for every dollar local government put into the levy, they got $1.05 back. And that slowly decreases over a decade, that percentage they get back. We hope that it stops at about decreasing at 50 to 60%, which we say, is a reasonable compromise.
Thanks.
I'm very pragmatic around this stuff. You can't get everything you wish for, so 50% would be a good outcome.
Thanks, Mr. Ritchie. Anything further, Ms. Savelle?
No, thank you. I'm mindful of time. It's been very helpful.
Great, thank you. And I'm sure Mr. Banasiak had some more as well. So there will be questions on notice to you, Mr. Ritchie, but mindful that we are now over time. So thank you both for appearing today, and the Secretariat will be in touch with the additional questions that no doubt committee members will have. So thanks for your time.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll have a break all till 10:15. We'll see you when you get back. Thanks, Peter. Okey-doke. Good to go. Okay, thank you. We'll resume. Welcome to you both. Thank you for making the time to give evidence. Could each of you please, starting from my left, state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Craig Barker, CEO of Veolia ANZ. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Catherine Whitfield, Chief Growth
Sorry,
Officer.
Ms Whitfield, could you? Yes, that'd be. Thank
Can you
you.
hear me better now?
Yes.
Yeah, Catherine Whitfield, Chief Growth Officer for Veolia ANZ. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Do either or both of you have a short statement you would like to make?
I do, Chair. I've got a short statement, 4 minutes, so I'll get through it relatively quickly.
Very quickly, please. Yep.
Thank you, Chair and committee members, for inviting Veolia back to address some of the themes raised during this inquiry. New South Wales is facing a waste crisis. Sydney's landfill will have a shortfall of 1.1 million tonnes by 2030. Now is the time for action and solutions. We believe energy from waste technology and our proposal for the Woodlawn site is a vital part of that solution. We are not new to this technology. Veolia safely operates 65 energy from waste facilities around the world, processing 12 million tonnes every year, and can successfully do the same at our Woodlawn Eco Precinct at Tarago. This is decades old, proven technology. Our record at this particular site is not perfect, although we strive to be. Managing waste is complex, especially when a site is shared with a major mining operator. These challenges have resulted in EPA notices, most recently around leachate and odour, but we are committed to resolving these issues. We have invested more than $40 million since 2022 in this site to address the impacts of climate change, and we continue to invest. We have encouraged the EPA to use the powers of a clean-up notice so that we could take action quickly. This notice is recorded as a breach, but it has enabled us to truck liquid off-site for a short period and start construction of key treatment and storage facilities while infrastructure was built and permit approvals sought. This shows we don't shirk our responsibilities. Veolia does not create waste or set government agendas. We provide services to recover and treat waste, which is a critical service for the New South Wales Government, delivered according to government policy and society needs. Many advanced nations around the world recognise energy from waste as a viable alternative to landfilling. Our government has called on industry to deliver this technology and move Australia up the waste hierarchy. This is because energy from waste technology is proven worldwide in real-world situations. The world's strictest international environmental regulators, like the European Union and the New South Wales chief scientists, see it as a safe solution. It is our role to adhere to the safety and environmental standards deemed safe by regulators and government. Our role is to bring our extensive international experience to Australia. Over 5 years, we have openly and transparently engaged with local community about this technology and listened to their concerns. We have highlighted the independent science and reliable evidence which draws on real-life operating facilities to show the proposed technology is safe. Despite this, we have regularly been asked if we have social license. For us, social license comes down to 3 key elements. Has there been a genuine effort to engage with the community and are valid concerns considered? Have rigorous independent environmental and health assessments been completed to understand potential harm to the environment or community? And will this facility meet a pressing need for the people of New South Wales? In the case of our project, we believe the answer to all 3 is unequivocally yes. Over the past 5 years, we've been flexible and willing to adapt our proposal to provide additional safeguards. These include committing to baseline soil testing, installing additional ambient air quality monitoring stations, and revising the human health risk assessment to consider additional PFAS and viticulture concerns. We have worked exceptionally hard to deliver meaningful engagement, even connecting Tarago residents with people living alongside operating facilities in the UK. There are also broader economic contributions facilities like this bring. Our project represents a $600 million capital investment and will bring $2 billion to the region over its lifespan. It will safely divert 380,000 tonnes of waste from landfill every year, generate reliable electricity for 40,000 homes, and create 300 construction jobs alongside 50 ongoing local roles. We're here for the long term, as shown by our community contributions through the Veolia Mulwurry Trust and our operational host fees. These have allowed us to distribute more than 30 million to councils, local clubs, community groups, art centres, school projects, as well as scholarships, and to that thousands of community projects that can happen. And the vast majority of Woodlawn Eco Precinct staff who do a tough job day in, day out, in all weather conditions, are from the Tarago community and adjacent LGAs. As for New South Wales' future circular economy, energy from waste does not compete with the circular economy, it supports it. It's above landfilling on the waste hierarchy and only receives waste that cannot be recycled and would otherwise go to landfill. It adds value by collecting and recycling more metals, creating new resources for reuse and generating energy from what remains. It recovers over 96% of materials once optimised that would otherwise go to landfill. We remain committed to this project and are confident it will deliver economic, social and environmental benefits for New South Wales to help us avoid the coming waste crisis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll have one question, and then I know that my colleagues have many more, so we'll progress immediately to them. My question comes from multiple witnesses and submissions that have expressed concern around primary producers and national vendor declarations. Those living in the communities of both Parkes and Tarago have asked whether a guarantee could be made around whether an energy from waste facility would affect these declarations. So can such a guarantee be given?
I guess what I'd say to that, in terms of the regulations around this technology, that's set by the Environment Protection Authority, and they license essentially the air emissions for all heavy industries, so not just energy from waste. So the Woodlawn ARC facility would be designed and operated to meet those stringent emission limits that are set by the New South Wales EPA. And then as part of the human health risk assessment, that also covered agriculture. And so as part of that, we took on board feedback from the community, because we have heard this. We've heard that people are concerned. We've heard about these national vendor declarations. And so one of the things that the technical expert did a review of what are the requirements from an agriculture perspective and assess those against the project. And I guess the findings from that human health and agricultural risk assessment was it found that the air emissions would be within safe limits for agriculture, environment and human health. So for me, that gives us confidence that we can meet any national vendor declarations that would be required. And certainly given that these facilities are operated globally, so not just within Australia, in Western Australia, but also within Europe and the UK. For any farmers that are selling into international markets as well, we believe that all those food safety standards can be met.
Okay, Dr. Conn?
Thanks, Chair. These witnesses have appeared previously, and I've asked a substantial number of questions, so I'm happy to waive my time today. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Mrs. McLaren-Jones?
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to ask a little bit about other types of technology. And in your submission, you've been critical of them and said that they're unproven. I just wanted to know if you're aware of other types of technologies, so gasification or the, I think it's, what is the energy, waste to fuel options that are being used in other jurisdictions or internationally?
We're aware of alternative technologies. I think fundamentally for a mixed waste stream, the mass burn or the moving grey technology is our preferred. We understand, pyrolysis and gasification rely on homogeneous waste streams coming through. So fit for purpose, we think this technology is the best solution for New South Wales. I don't know if you've got anything to add to that.
Yeah, look, I think I'd just refer to, I guess, the assessments that government has done as well. So again, as a company, we are technology agnostic, and so we very much look at, based on the waste streams available, what is the best technological fit. And certainly from what we've seen for mixed solid waste in New South Wales, we believe that mass burn energy from waste is the right solution.
It's been raised a number of times in regards to the lack of a waste management plan here in New South Wales compared to other jurisdictions. In your experience, has that impacted some of the decisions you've made as a company, or caused any, I suppose, issues or around planning?
Yeah. So look, in terms of lack of a waste management plan, yes, certainly it has been difficult at times whenever you don't have that sort of long-term strategy and certainty, particularly whenever we're talking about such major investments such as $600 million to underpin an energy from waste facility. I think what we have seen is continuing improvements in those areas, and I think MRA this morning spoke about some of those measures that could be put in place. But I think for communities, for industries and for government, any time that we can get better foresight and clarity, that is always very beneficial.
Mm-hmm. And just a final question in regards to, and it's come up at different hearings and again today, around Sydney's waste being sent into regional areas. Do you have a view around, I suppose, setting up a waste from energy facility in the Sydney catchment area?
I think we agree with Mike Ritchie's assessment that this technology is safe, and we see in other major cities and other jurisdictions that energy from waste is established in cities and is safe to do so. So, if policy settings were adjusted to allow that, we would absolutely be interested in a metro facility. I think Woodlawn makes sense for us, as we've said over and over again. It is established. There are rail networks already there. The residual waste is already, heading to site, and we're dealing with it at the moment. But we agree with the assessment that this technology could be based anywhere.
Yep. Mr. Roberts.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I have limited questions because I explored a lot of it the last time that Veolia appeared. But Mr. Barker, what happened to Mr. Kirkman? Is he still around?
Yeah, Mr. Kirkman has...
Wasn't he the CEO?
He was, yes. So I'm fresh in the role, a couple of months.
Right.
Mr. Kirkman has gone back to Europe, and he's heading up our UK and Northern Europe business.
Fine. Because last time you appeared, he was the CEO. Now you're the CEO. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
Just bit of an elephant in the room for me. MRA Consulting, that appeared as witnesses prior to your appearance, list you as a client of theirs. You're in a commercial arrangement with MRA Consulting?
Not that I'm aware of from an ongoing engagement. We use consultants, on and off. I don't know, as it stands today, whether we've got an active engagement with MRA on anything. But again, there are consultants that consult into the waste industry. We use consultants as and when we need to for specific projects, but I'm not aware of anything currently that we're doing with MRA.
I'm not aware right now.
Are you aware?
No,
Can
I'm
you take
not.
it on notice to find
We
out?
can take it on
But
notice.
they have been, and you have been previously in a commercial agreement. and
Previously,
arrangement
yes.
with MRA
Agreed.
Consulting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. That's all from me, Chair.
Okay, well, I might come back to my multiple questions then. Thank you all for doing that in the absence of Mr. Banasiak. And before I turn to the government, just a couple of points there raised both in your opening statement and that I'd like to explore more fully. When you're talking about being technology agnostic, so therefore your view of landfill expansion and better management, including at a facility like Woodlawn, you're also open to that?
Look, I think in terms of the waste industry, and I think we've all heard a lot about the current waste crisis that New South Wales is experiencing. I'm aware that in the New South Wales Waste and Circular Infrastructure Plan, there were another number of proposals that were put forward to basically look at how do we close this gap that we foresee, which is after 2030 there's deemed to be insufficient landfill capacity. So as part of the consultation on that document and as part of that strategy and forward planning, one of the proposals that was put forward was any of the landfills in New South Wales could potentially be expanded. There was also talk in that strategy around EPA looking at reopening closed landfills, and then it was also looking at energy from waste, essentially as the three main pathways for dealing with residual waste in New South Wales. So if there was a need, that's not something that we necessarily see at the moment, but if there was a need, then that's something that we could take on notice and consider.
But Woodlawn, from our site visit there, still has capacity for the next 25 to 30 years, is that correct?
It does, yes.
And so is the plan then, if there was an energy from waste facility added to the site, the move is entirely to EFW and away from the landfill?
No, the landfill currently receives almost 900,000 tonnes. So our proposal is for 380,000 tonnes. So we see our solution as part of a broader suite of solutions for the New South Wales policy settings. Fundamentally, 380,000 diverted away from landfill gives us an extended period for the landfill. There will always be a need for landfill. We know that not all waste streams can go through ERF. So it effectively diverts away from the landfill and processes waste.
So it is about extending the life of the landfill as well.
Yes.
And what about when it comes to cost-benefit ratios, etc.? Is it more economically advantageous to deal with waste through EFW compared to landfill?
It was interesting to listen to the questions this morning from local government. I think the way these facilities work is we need to get them financed. So fundamentally, we need 60 or 70% of the capacity committed. That comes through local government tenders. So if you look at Western Australia as an example, local governments went out for residual waste processing. Either they were pro ERF or they were agnostic whether it was landfill or waste to energy. So before we get banks to finance, we need to make sure that waste is committed over the period. So fundamentally, it comes down to commercial decision for local government as to whether they want to support ERF or landfill and the overall commercial outcomes associated with both.
Talking about investment then, two areas of that I'd like to discuss further. When we did the site visit, it was discussed about the $100 million invested by Veolia for the biological treatment plant. Mm-hmm. But now that's not operating as it was intended to. Can you tell us a little bit more detail about that, what it was supposed to do, why it's not doing that and what it is doing now?
So MBT technology has been around for some time. We know that MBTs have been running successfully for over 20 odd years. The MBT at Woodlawn, I think, is around seven or 8 years. I can take it on notice as to the exact age, but seven or 8 years old. Veolia invested $100 million. They are very effective at stripping organics out of mixed solid waste. But as a result of some changing regulation from the EPA, we are no longer permitted to apply that product to land, and it is used effectively for daily cover at the bioreactor. So it is still operating, but we would expect, with the FOGO mandate, for that facility to be converted to a full FOGO facility in the next couple of years.
And so if it's converted, is it still maximising the potential of what the initial investment and what it was intended to do?
It won't be maximising the investment, but it would be repurposing it for FOGO and utilising the existing infrastructure beneficially.
And it was so the change was based on an EPA regulation?
Yes.
Now, you also talked in your opening statement about economic benefits, and you specifically said $2 billion to the region. I'm not sure, I think you said perhaps over the life of the project. Where and how is that $2 billion being generated in terms of a regional benefit?
Yeah, absolutely. So look, there was an economic assessment that was undertaken as part of the project. So that adhered to the State Significant Development Guidelines for undertaking an economic assessment. One of the things that does is it basically looks at the setting of that project and over the lifespan in terms of operation, maintenance, what sort of investment would be put back into the local community. So that could be things around buying products locally, other sort of broader knock-on impacts. So I can provide a more fulsome response on notice, but that's an example of some of the things that were
that's
covered.
fine. Yep, certainly, Mr. Ross. Yep.
Ms Whitfield, who
Yes.
commissioned that economic assessment?
That's what I was getting to.
Veolia did.
Veolia did. Okay, fine. Continue.
Yep. And so part of the EIS, which essentially you then get to determine what will be looked at and how it'll be looked at and who's looking at it for you.
So in terms of consultants, yes, we put out a tender and consultants tender for that, and that's how we select the tender. The consultants selected for that tender is usually based on expertise and experience. So yeah, that's the process that we went
so
through.
essentially, and yes, we will absolutely take it on notice, thank you, but essentially the $2 billion is predictions of what you are suggesting is going to be to the benefit of the regional area over the life of the project.
But in accordance with guidelines, so there's set guidelines that say what you can and cannot include, and so those were followed in that assessment.
Yeah. So two things that come on from that is, has Veolia given any consideration to, and you talk about, I think you said $30 million that's gone into the communities, but guaranteed benefits that are locked in place. There's been discussions from various councils about, portions of fees, for example, that would go to the host communities as a guaranteed long-term benefits that they can rely on in relation to such proposals as these. Does Veolia have a view on that?
So look, one of the things that we will be discussing is a voluntary planning agreement. So that will be something that will be discussed with...
Again, but it's voluntary.
It is voluntary. However, under the council's development guidelines, there is a specification there that 1% of the capital cost of the project must be provided to council for community-related activities. But we're in discussions with council around what that should be and the form that will ultimately take.
And you also referenced social licence, and you stated, Mr. Barker, that you believe, so Veolia believes that there's been engagement, consultation, etc., but communities, the community in that particular area clearly don't. So there's a disconnect in that regard. So what is your plan for addressing that disconnect into the future? If we've had the Woodlawn facility for almost 30 years, continuing to produce community angst and concerns, you must be able to recognise why the community would be concerned about any future developments in this regard, and what are you doing to address that?
Absolutely. So look, completely acknowledge the concerns from the community. I myself have spent a lot of time over the last 4 years with the community. So not only speaking to all of our local neighbours, but also we've held a number of face-to-face events. I think we've had about 80 face-to-face briefings, and we've had about 35 in-person events as well as tours. And one of the things for me as part of social licence is truly listening, like genuine engagement, truly listening to the community and being able to take their feedback on board. And I do believe that we've been able to do that. And I have had people in the community come up to me and say, look, while I may not necessarily agree with this proposal or may not have the same view as you, I do appreciate that you've continued to turn up and you've continued to engage in these difficult conversations. And let's be honest, they are really difficult conversations at times. So for me, it's really around being able to demonstrate that genuine engagement long term. We're not just in this community, right? We haven't just turned up, we're proposing this project and we're moving on. We've been in this community for over 20 years. As Craig mentioned, we have our colleagues and our friends and their families who live and work in this community. So I think we can honestly say we're there for the long term, and the engagement never stops, right? The engagement needs to be continuous, and whenever we get things wrong, we've got to own it and we've got to remediate it and sort of go, okay, let's listen to that feedback. What can we do better in future? And that's something that I think we can absolutely back and get behind and do better.
Mr. Vanasiak,
Just one question, picking up on that.
Certainly.
Answer, you talked about actually listening and responding to what you're hearing. Can you give us any concrete examples of where you've listened and changed your practices based on what you've heard from community?
Absolutely. So one of the things that we heard was in terms of ambient air quality monitoring stations. So there's a requirement to have those stations, but it doesn't specify the number. And so originally we proposed to have 2 or 3 of these monitoring stations, and that was due to where sort of the prevailing wind would be. When the community came to us and they said, look, we feel uncomfortable about this, we would actually like an ambient air quality monitoring station at every point in the compass, so north, south, east, west. Is that something that Veolia can accommodate? Now, there's additional cost to that, but we said absolutely, if that's something that helps the community have confidence that we've got that baseline testing, then that's something we can easily agree with. A second example is the baseline soil testing. So baseline soil testing is not something that is typically done as part of energy from waste proposals, and certainly from the results of the AQIA and the HERA, there is no evidence to support that is needed, given that the air emissions are essentially so small that they've deemed there to be negligible risk to human health, and it's been deemed that from a soil deposition perspective, it will be incredibly difficult to actually measure any real change from the introduction of the ARC. But what we've said is, again, the community have said we really want to have this sampling done so that we've got this baseline, and so we've said when we've committed to that.
Is that sampling on your site or on neighbouring landholders?
So look, that's something that we're still to work out. So there's an emissions deposition soil sampling plan that's being developed as part of the amendment. So there will be consultation taken with the community and also with the local government to shape how that plan looks. And certainly the sites that will be adopted will need to be under control. But we still haven't worked out necessarily the detailed methodology of how we will do that.
Did that include water quality testing as well, or just soil and?
So at this stage, it just includes soil. But look, we have heard about the concerns from the community around water and around rainwater tanks in particular. So that is something that we are taking into consideration as part of this latest update to the project.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Vanasiak. Ms. Savelle?
No questions from me, Chair. I think I've asked enough of these witnesses in the previous hearing, but I did just want to say again, thank you for hosting the committee at your facility and answering our questions and being available for that. It was certainly a very, very helpful visit from my perspective.
Well, in that case, I do have more questions. Thank you. It's like I'll appreciate the extra time myself. So you mentioned agricultural assessments taking place as part of the EIS. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what about biosecurity assessments? Is that part of that? Is it a separate thing that is being looked at, that needs to be looked at?
I might have to take that question on notice and go back to the technical team.
Okay, because that question comes from currently Woodlawn is dealing with 2 train movements every day, about 130 truck movements bringing waste to that area. How many more train and truck movements would you be looking at to facilitate an energy from waste plant as well?
Look, in terms of train movements, there are not expected to be any additional train movements because...
At all?
At all. And so the proposal, and this was clearly outlined in the environmental impact statement, was that the project will utilise waste that is already being delivered to Woodlawn. So it is providing that genuine diversion from the landfill to the energy from waste facility. As such, there's not expected to be any additional truck movements between the Crisps Creek intermodal facility and the Woodlawn Eco Precinct site. Where there may be some additional truck movements is during the construction period, and so that will be as the result of delivering materials from a construction perspective to the site, and that is clearly outlined as part of the traffic impact assessment. And as part of the proposed amendment, we're also re-looking at the traffic studies in relation to the air pollution control residue, and if that was required to be taken off-site, there would be truck movements associated with that as well. That report's still being finalised, so I don't have those final numbers available just yet.
So just to be clear, when you're talking about 380,000 tonnes per year of Sydney's waste, you're saying that that's already incorporated in what Woodlawn is receiving?
Yes.
Correct.
So it's not on top of?
No.
That's correct.
It's moving it from the landfill. So, okay, well, what's the cap then on the limits for Woodlawn? Are there caps on the limits of waste that you currently receive? Do you need to be looking at expanding that?
Yes, I mean we've got a total approved tonnage of about 1.3 million tonne a year, and that's split between our various facilities: 900 in the bioreactor, 284 for the MBT. So, yes, we have approval across those tonnages,
and you're at about 900,000. Did you say in total at the moment that you're?
Yeah, about a million. Yeah. Between 900 and a million, depends on overall waste streams.
And so you would be looking though to maximise that cap that you have of 1.3 million tonnes in total?
I think that's commercially, if we've got licence available and there is a demand for our services, we would work to that cap.
One of the other questions that have been raised, and in talking about making sure that recycling, resource recovery, etc., isn't impacted in a negative way, is a lot of discussion around plastics. Now, at the Coffs Harbour Waste Conference, Kwinana said that they don't deal with plastics in their facility. Would the facility at Veolia look at taking plastics?
I'm not familiar with the comments that the Kwinana operator said, but fundamentally in the waste streams that Kwinana would receive, there would be residual plastics. They may be saying that they don't deal with plastics in isolation or plastics that's been separately sourced or from recovery facilities, but in the waste stream there would definitely be residual plastic.
And just to be clear, as part of the Woodlawn Arc project, and this aligns with the EPA regulations, only designated residual waste that has gone through a source separation process would be viable for acceptance into the facility.
Okay, and talking about residual waste, it has been mentioned previously that there will be, in total, I think, between parks and Woodlawn, as much as 250,000 tonnes of fly ash that will still be produced as a result of the processes. What's Veolia's plan on dealing with fly ash?
So look, in terms of the statistics specifically for Woodlawn Arc, so around 4% of the material that goes into the facility comes out as air pollution control residue, and that includes the fly ash as part of that component. So if I do the maths right, I think it's about 15,000 tonnes per annum. So the plan for the APCR, that is part of our amendment that we're currently working through. And so we're looking at methods to stabilise the APCR. So there's a number of different methods that are being looked at, and then that material will be stabilised to either a general solid waste or a restricted solid waste classification and would be disposed of to landfill.
That's right, disposed of landfill though, where?
So the proposal is to dispose of it at the Woodlawn Arc or the Woodlawn bioreactor if it meets the general solid waste classification. If it doesn't and it only meets restricted solid waste classification, then the proposal would be to take it to Sydney and to the Lucas Heights site.
And so in terms of that classification and whether or not that alters, that's for the EPA to determine?
Correct.
And you're talking about an amendment that's been put forward?
It's currently active, so we haven't submitted the report yet, but we've put forward a request letter and the team are working through the technical studies for that.
Okay, and so that comes back to the point that I make about the biosecurity assessment, that if the classification remains the same, that it is continued to be considered hazardous and therefore will need to be transported back to Sydney, biosecurity assessments around that travel that will be required to bring it back.
I'll take that on notice. I'll check with the team.
Okay. And again, coming back to the biosecurity matters and the agricultural assessment as well, we had heard at the Goulburn hearing concerns from the local and very well established wine industry in that region. What are you doing to address their concerns and matters that they had presented that had been stated had not been addressed or adequately dealt with?
Yeah. Absolutely. So look, we spent quite a bit of time speaking to the Wine Society and various viticulture organisations, particularly around that sort of the Canberra region. So as part of that, we took on board feedback and as part of the Human Health and Agricultural Risk Assessment, actually commissioned a separate subsection specifically dealing with viticulture. So that has now been included. That will again be submitted as part of the amendment report, so the industry will be able to review the findings from that. But essentially the preliminary findings are that there would not be an impact to the viticulture industry, and that includes impacts of wine taint to the wine growing industry. Just for additional context, Veolia operates a number of energy from waste facilities in premium wine growing regions internationally, including the Champagne and the Rhône wine growing region. And those energy from waste facilities have been operating for a number of decades. And there's been no impact to the wine or the viticulture sort of premium outputs from those regions.
Okay, well I think that covers off the questions that I had, and if no one has anything further, we will thank you both for your time and appearing today. If there is anything that does emerge, the Secretariat will be in contact. I think we've taken a couple of things on notice that we'll appreciate receiving as well. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
don't see the one in Dunedin.
Exactly.
Welcome to each of you. Thank you for making time to give evidence. Might start with the witness in the room. If you could state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Good morning, thank you. Hello, my name's Ed Nicholas. I'm a director with Parks Energy Recovery. I'll make an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And now via video conference.
Good morning, Chair. My name's Kevin Souster. I'm the Engineering and Project Delivery Director for Tribe Infrastructure Group. I'll take an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would either or both of you like to make a short opening statement?
Sure, I'll make an opening statement. Thanks very much, Chair. I just want to say thanks very much to the committee for its ongoing work in this regard. I think the process of submissions, hearings and site visits has absolutely put us in a position where, notwithstanding in relation to the Parks Energy Recovery Project, we still haven't even yet submitted our DA and put that on public exhibition. I think you can safely say that there's nobody in the affected community who hasn't heard about our Energy from Waste project. And so from that perspective, it's already triggered, I think, a series of changes for the better in terms of how the community is engaging with this. The Department of Planning itself has conducted sessions in the parks area. The EPA is sending senior leadership to meet with the community and with council. The Environmental Defender's Office is today in parks running sessions to help people with the way in which they craft submissions that they might make in response to our DA when it goes on public exhibition. And the Park Shire Council itself has sought to implement an Energy from Waste working party with community representatives to be a vehicle to receive and interpret and advise around information in relation to the project. So, quite apart from that, I think as well, it's triggered, I think better quality conversations. So for us, it's brought sort of individual farm owners in the neighbouring areas to come into our office and have discussions with us. They've invited us into their homes to go and sit with them and explain to them what we're doing. And I think all of that is as a result of there being, a greater level of scrutiny, a greater level of information about the project. And so from that perspective, we maintain a position of being very open to work with the committee. We thank them for the work that they're doing and will complete. And pleased to be here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll start with the same question that I asked of Veolia around the national vendor declarations and whether Parks Recovery Centre is willing to give a guarantee that such declarations wouldn't be affected in a negative way for primary producers in the region.
Sure. To our understanding, there's nothing in those declarations today that requires farmers or producers to make any particular statement about proximity to energy from waste or anything else. So from that perspective, the studies that we're undertaking, I think, will demonstrate very clearly that there isn't an impact to human health or environmental health. One of the changes that we've made as a result of feedback and engagement with the community is to undertake a standalone agricultural risk impact assessment. That isn't something that would ordinarily need to be done necessarily in relation to a project. It's something we volunteered to do right from the start because of the unique location in which we find ourselves. So from our perspective, we're very comfortable not only that there won't be an impact, but also that it won't actually translate into anything that farmers need to do by way of their declarations that prejudices at all them, selling position versus anyone else.
So just coming to the identification of potentially viable sites, and again, and Mr. Roberts pointed it out earlier and will no doubt go to it as well, the question around if it's as safe as everyone claims, then the opportunity for it to be located in metropolitan areas, and bearing in mind Mr. Ritchie's previous evidence around the transportation potentially being problematic in all of that. Did PRC have the opportunity to identify potentially viable sites for selection?
No, we didn't. From our perspective, we were the successful tenderers to a process run by the New South Wales government.
And the site was already determined.
The site was determined, and part of the sort of planning framework that pertains to New South Wales in relation to the sort of permissible sites for energy from waste is the location, the identification of specific locations. Parks Special Activation Precinct being one of those, and a tender process run by the New South Wales government over the sort of including across the change of government from a coalition government to the current government, and we won that tender process. So the location wasn't selected by us. That being said, we're very happy for it to be in the parks area. We think that there are benefits that will disproportionately accrue to parks and the region of parks that if it were located in Port Kembla or Penrith would otherwise be sort of diluted or not deliver the same disproportionate benefits as they can do in a regional location.
Okay, we're talking about benefits, but what you're suggesting, the technology, there is, from the perspective of potential proponents, the technology, there's no reason why it couldn't be based in metropolitan Sydney areas.
Very much. We've said that consistently. I'll do it in Port Kembla, I'll do it in Penrith, I'll do it in parks.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Conn, do you have anything?
No, thank you, Chair. This witness has appeared previously and I've had the chance to ask my questions.
Great. Ms McLaren-Jones?
Yes, thank you very much. I just have a couple. One is in relation to, obviously, to move waste from metropolitan area to parks is relying on the rail network. Do you think that network is adequate to deal with the capacity?
Yes, we do, and certainly from Metro Sydney, from Western Sydney, there's really two options: to go over the Blue Mountains or to take a southern route. Both are available. There's capacity on both. It's not limitless capacity, of course. But there is capacity, and I think the more we can do to get trucks off the road and put freight like this, especially freight that's not especially time sensitive, freight like this on rail, is a better outcome overall.
And has there been modelling done around the transportation?
Yes, extensive modelling. Yes. And
you've done that for your own work, or?
Yes, we as part of our DA submission, our environmental impact statement, we absolutely have to look at the not only the energy from waste facility at the site itself, but also the inputs and outputs, including the transportation impacts.
Just another one in relation to, and it came up this morning about a standalone agency or authority separate to EPA that looks at the whole waste management across the state. Do you have a view on that? And I suppose bearing in mind your interactions with the EPA and department to date.
I think the EPA can be put in a difficult position where it has to act as the regulator, but also as the sort of the policy vehicle as well. That being said, you see in other jurisdictions, in Victoria, they had Recycling Victoria as a sort of standalone agency. It's now just been sort of folded back into the Victorian EPA. So it's not an easy one. I don't pretend to be a policy expert, but I can see that having for the EPA to wear both of those hats is not easy. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Roberts?
I have limited questions, Chair. I've asked a lot previously. Mr. Nicholas, I don't know if you can answer this yet because it's probably very early in the process, but it's a concern that's been expressed by a number of local councils as to what you'll eventually charge the councils in a tonnage rate for the actual disposal of their waste.
Mm-hmm.
And surely this would have been modelled into the viability of your project. Is there a proposed figure at the moment?
I think the best way to think about it is that everybody loves sustainability until it costs more. And so for local councils, notwithstanding we can provide to them a solution that will divert waste away from landfill, and so therefore will help them to achieve a number of sort of important environmental metrics for themselves, to the extent that we are requiring that we would be seeking to levy a higher price than the price that they're currently paying for disposal solutions to landfill, then your license to do so runs out very quickly. And I suppose probably the best example to look at is how it's operated in Western Australia thus far. There's around, I think, 31 local government authorities in and around the sort of Perth and Peel metro areas of Perth. to my knowledge, around 28 of those have either contracted for energy from waste or have tended to do so, and all of them have done it. Certainly, the ones that I've been exposed to on the East Rockingham Waste to Energy project, all of them have done so at very, very competitive financial rates. And so, one of the things they get to do, of course, in sending their waste to energy from waste instead of sending it to landfill, is that they are not exposed to changes to the landfill levy, because the energy from waste sent to energy from waste doesn't attract the landfill levy. So to the extent that they form a view that the landfill levy will not only increase at CPI or greater than CPI, then by putting in place a long-term commitment to an energy from waste facility instead, they're effectively buying themselves some insurance from what may happen with future landfill levy rises. And so if you were to speak to local councils in the Perth metro area who've signed up for long-term contracts with energy from waste facilities there, I think they would explain that a strong driver for them is the economic rationale associated with it. All of which is a very long-winded way of me saying I don't think that we're going to be successful in securing the waste for our facility if we're seeking to charge a price point that is higher than the alternative, and the alternative being landfill.
Thanks,
Mr. Bonacio?
Yeah, just picking up on the chair's question around the impacts on agriculture. You said that am I correct in saying the studies haven't actually been completed yet?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you have a date as to when you'll have those studies complete?
Yeah, so we haven't submitted our DA yet, and there are sort of 18 different studies that are required as part of our the Secretary's environmental assessment requirements published by the Department of Planning. We're responding to those. We're completing those studies. We're envisaging being able to put our EIS and DA on public exhibition by kind of end of August, early September, and then all of those studies will be made public, and people will have the opportunity to read them, interrogate them, and make submissions associated with them.
Okay, and you, just in terms of water use, your submission, you say you need 150 megalitres of water per year.
Yes.
Does that factor in prolonged drought periods? How do you propose to manage that?
Sure, and so you're right. That is 150 megalitres of water per year, which in an agricultural area, if you compare it, is not terribly high usage. If I look at the North Parks mine, for example, it uses around 3,000 megalitres per year. The township of Parks uses approximately 2,300 megalitres per year. So 150 megalitres in context. I'm not trivialising it. It's a significant amount of water.
Every drop counts in a drought.
But every drop counts. And so what the Parks Shire Council has been very effective at doing is putting in place sort of high security water arrangements for not only for the Parks Shire Council itself, but they're also sort of looking to implement those for the Special Activation Precinct and users in that precinct. And so to the extent that our usage can help to underwrite further infrastructure investment that helps to support ongoing water security for parks as an LGA, then that's an important benefit we think we can bring.
Sure. Can I just go to the issue that was raised quite significantly during our hearing out in Parks, was the issue of around ash disposal. Have you modelled how many tonnes of bottom ash your facility will produce each year, and what's the proposal or plan to deal with that bottom ash?
Sure. There's probably sort of two limbs to this sort of ash discussion.
Both bottom ash and fly ash. Let's do both.
Yeah. So in terms of the bottom ash, around sort of 20-some% of what comes in through the front door will come out as bottom ash. Incinerator bottom ash is an inert material. It includes in there some recoverable, recyclable materials such as both ferrous and non-ferrous, ferrous metals, steel, iron, non-ferrous metals, aluminium, and so forth. Those will be able to be extracted for sort of beneficial recycling and reuse. Of the 732 odd thousand tonnes per annum of waste that our facility would process, you're looking at around sort of 130 to 150,000 tonnes per annum of incinerator bottom ash. We will then process that on site to produce what's known as an incinerator bottom ash aggregate. That material, once stabilised, once it's been tested and proven, certainly from both domestic examples and foreign examples, ought to be able to be used as a construction input material.
Do you have a actual market for that at the moment? Because I know when we did the inquiry into coal seam gas, into this very issue around coal fly ash, everyone said, yeah, you can put it in road base, but there was actually no market putting their hand up to say, hey, we'll take your fly ash, we'll take your bottom ash. So do you have a seller or a purchaser that's prepared to take your bottom ash?
So the process is ongoing now with the EPA in order to identify the technical requirements that would need to be achieved by the bottom ash, and therefore the markets to which it could be sold. From our perspective, we're right next to the Newell Highway. Regional councils are undertaking road building activities all the time, and so for us, if we can show that this material is safe to be used and able to be used and to replace virgin materials in construction and road building applications, there's no shortage of roads that need to be built in that part of the world. So we're confident that there will be an end user market for it. But we've got to get past the post of demonstrating that this material can be safely produced and safely used for these applications.
But you haven't come up with a contingency if that market doesn't materialise?
I
Because
think
it hasn't materialised for coal ash.
Sure, and this is a very different product that we're talking about. From our perspective, it is an important part of our environmental approval application to be seeking approvals for these residue materials in parallel with it.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Before I go to the government, then I'll have a couple of others. PRC points out in their original submission that New South Wales Waste and Sustainable Materials Strategy 2041, PRC recognises energy from waste as part of the solution. So if it's only part of the solution, what else is needed? Does PRC agree with expanded, better managed landfills, other technologies? Are you looking at investing in the development of other technologies?
Well, I think, first and foremost, we want to make sure that the only waste that comes to energy from waste is waste that doesn't have a better home elsewhere. And so from a source separation perspective, we should make sure that, green waste and food waste is going through, a dedicated FOGO stream. We should make sure that materials that are properly sort of reusable and recyclable are able to be sort of reused and recycled, and that there are appropriate sort of end markets for those recyclable materials such that it is attractive for people to do so. And over and above that, I think it's then a matter of going further up the chain in terms of design and sort of end producer responsibility to make sure that the materials that end up, as I say, ultimately end up in your red bin, ultimately going to energy from waste, have no better home.
But do you agree with what was put forward by MRA this morning, that a mix of solutions is needed if we're truly going to address the waste problem that we're facing, that Sydney specifically is facing?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's and we certainly don't pretend that this is a silver bullet. This is part of a suite of solutions. There will still be materials that have no better home than landfill. If I take, for example, asbestos-containing materials and so forth, might be better dealt with through landfill than going to energy from waste. FOGO materials, recyclable materials, plastic bottles, glass, etc. All of those will have a better home. Whether there's a recycling markets that develop in relation to soft plastics in the fullness of time, or the replacement of soft plastics with other biodegradable materials and so forth. So we've always seen this as but one of a smorgasbord of solutions available for dealing with waste management.
Coming to, you mentioned the figure of 732,000 tonnes per year. Has that increased from what was originally proposed?
So the original discussion was around a 600,000 tonne per annum facility. The advancements in technology and I think also from a perspective of market demand, from our perspective, a facility that is more in the order of 732,000 will make sure that we get the best available technology to be able to be deployed at an economically viable scale for the Parkes facility. And do you have a cap? Is there a limit that's been imposed on you for this facility? I think that'll be a matter for the conditions of consent if we're lucky enough to secure them from the EPA and planning.
So at this point in time, it would be open-ended?
So at this point in time, we're making an application on the basis of the technology and the solution that we're proposing. The approach that's adopted by the EPA and planning in relation to in their response is a matter for them.
So the proposal, as you are in the planning for, would its limit be 732,000 tonnes per year of being able to deal with it, or could it deal with more?
It could potentially deal with more. The 732,000 number is a function of the calorific value of the waste and the thermal capacity of the plant overall. And so to the extent that the waste has a higher calorific value, then you can process less of that waste, and so in fact you may take less of it. However, if the calorific value of the waste is lower, so the waste is wetter or contains more green material, then the calorific value of the waste will be lower. Therefore, from a capacity and throughput perspective, you could potentially take more of it in order to
Yes,
within the sort of technical framework of your overall thermal load.
So the answer to that question is yes, it could potentially take more.
It could potentially take more, and that's in addition to which you would always want to allow for a buffer around sort of operational improvements to the extent that the engineers twiddle the knobs and are able to extract a little bit more capacity out of a facility.
And is there a ratio of commercial to municipal waste that the facility will deal with?
Nothing set in stone around that. I mean, from our perspective, this is intended to be predominantly a solution that addresses municipal solid waste that is otherwise going to landfill. However, there will be a mix of municipal solid waste coming from local councils, but also some commercial and industrial waste as well. What the final percentages will be is not intended to be fixed.
Okay. Coming to the question of economic viability and touching on a point that Mr. Roberts made as well, that the further, and so for gate fees, etc., the further away, the higher the cost, and so the cost-benefit ratio as part of that, if you're transporting it much further distances, then the sums are completely different as to if you have it in Penrith.
There's certainly an embedded cost for the distance transportation, for sure.
For the transportation, how many train movements are you, for the facility as proposed, looking at right now?
To the extent that it's a dedicated train, it would be one train per day.
One train per day. And how do we have an idea of how much transported per day?
Kevin, sorry, can I flick to you? Do you have that detail?
No, not on the top of my head, Ed. No, it's around about 73 wagons per day, depending on the payload. But we can take that on notice and give you a specific for each train.
That would be good if you could do that, please.
If I may rudely interrupt.
No,
while we're on this
absolutely.
subject.
Yeah, certainly.
Mr. Nicholson, in your planning and of the proposal, have you got an indicative cost per tonne provided to you by the rail operator?
We do, yes.
What would that be?
It's commercial in confidence. We can't disclose.
Righto, thanks.
Okay. So coming to that, and also coming back to the previous points made by Mr. Banasiak around fly ash, bottom ash, but specifically the fly ash, we know that that's a hazardous material and how that will be addressed and potentially transported. I come back to the question asked of Veolia as well around biosecurity assessments. Are you looking at that as part of, you're talking about agricultural risk assessments, biosecurity risk assessments for the transportation specifically, both to and potentially from the facility?
Kevin, can I defer to you on that? Just so we can clarify, Chair, biosecurity typically refers to sort of biological hazards. The ash material coming from this facility won't have biological content.
Well, but we are talking about things like the wine industry, for example, and the concerns about the residue, the potential for what may be released, etc. And when we're looking at, and again, yes, it is different when we're talking about what's going to and being addressed from a landfill perspective, but when we're looking at the Woodlawn example, when we have had concerns around transportation of material and leakage, etc., rather than getting down to the semantics of what it looks at, we're talking about the broader idea of what it means for biosecurity risks when you're passing through farmland and prime agricultural land, etc.
Fair. Okay. Kevin?
Yeah. So for the fly ash, or what we would call the air pollution control residue, the plan for the PARTS project is to stabilise that under existing frameworks of New South Wales on site. So we're going through a process where we will stabilise that and get that to either a general solid waste or restricted solid waste classification, and then we'll dispose of that at the correct licensed facilities. If, as a contingency, that stabilisation process couldn't be achieved, then it would be classified, as you say, as a hazardous goods, and we would, of course, do a hazardous good assessment of the transport as well as the handling, etc., as part of our assessments on how that material would move and end up at the correct disposal location for a hazardous material. But the intent of the project is absolutely to ensure that we can stabilise that to a material that can be disposed of in New South Wales as a general solid waste or restricted solid waste.
Okay, there's more on that, but I'll... could we come then to, again, the very fractious questions and concerns that continue around social licence? And I'll ask you the question, as I did of Veolia. I understand about the voluntary planning agreements, that there are some compulsory grants. Goulburn Council has specifically mentioned in relation to Woodlawn that they get about $1 million a year. But what's the view of PRC about guaranteed, long-term, locked-in benefits for the host communities? Not just projections or, we hope that you'll get a little bit of this or you might get a new preschool there, or committed, guaranteed, long-term benefits.
Sure, glad you asked. We have a contracted commitment to the New South Wales Government through RGDC to pay $1.67 per tonne of throughput into our facility every year in the operating life. And so at 732,000 tonnes per annum, in the first year, that'll be $1.2 million. And that will go up every year. That will escalate every year during the operation. So we project over the 40 to 50 year life of this project, that will be at least $80 million.
But you're saying that's going to the government, not necessarily the host community.
No, it's in the document, the project delivery agreement that we have in place between Parks Energy Recovery and Regional Growth Development Corporation. The voluntary planning agreement that sits as part of that, with our commitment for the $1.2 million per year, is intended to be a community benefits fund. And so we're in the process of agreeing with RGDC and the council around the architecture of that community benefits fund.
And sorry, so just so $1.2 million per year.
It starts at $1.2 million per year and is escalated from there.
And what was your final total on that?
In total, if you project that out for the sort of 40 to 50 years of the plant, it'll be in excess of $80 million.
So it's still at about that 1.2 million a year, though, is what you're talking about.
Escalated at CPI. So the
CPI.
the royalty rate of $1.67
still,
per
because
tonne.
$1.2 million based on whatever a $2.6 billion project that you're not doing for love, you're doing to make a profit. $1.2 million back to the community isn't a great deal, really.
I think if you compare it to the voluntary planning agreements that other proponents have put in place, not only in that location but elsewhere, it's incredibly generous. That notwithstanding, it's only part of the contributions that we make to the community. In addition to this is the contributions that are otherwise required to be made to council as part of our construction program, and to say nothing of other voluntary commitments we might make.
Voluntary is the word there. And in terms of long-term benefits to the community, you have stated that it would be around 50 permanent jobs that would be required at the facility, would be the long-term.
For direct jobs, yes. Yeah. But indirect jobs and economic activity in the region will be significantly greater than that. I mean, Madam Chair, even in the time since you came to Parks to conduct hearings, in the 50-metre stretch either side of our office, 3 new shops have closed down in that main street of Parks. These communities need the additional benefit of having this kind of economic activity in the special activation precinct. And so for us, it's not just about the 50 people that we will employ, but it's the economic activity that those people will help to generate in the area, as well as the goods and services that we'll be procuring ourselves. I think the opportunity for Parks is disproportionately benefiting a regional location than if this facility were to be located in a metropolitan or a closer in regional location.
Okay, well, let's get to my final question then on that. The Parks Council has completely revised unanimously its position, and they're not in favour of the proposal. So that's a serious development.
Yes, and so the Parks Shire Council is perfectly entitled to make those sorts of decisions. From our perspective, we continue to engage with the council. We note, for example, that the council has recently stood up and is in the process of conducting expressions of interest for the formation of an energy from waste working party, and we've written to the council specifically to volunteer our assistance for that committee. We see that as a good vehicle for the sort of dissemination and advice for the community around our project and its development.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Savelle? No?
Thanks, Chair. I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Great. Well, I think if that's everything. Yep. Thank you then, Mr. Nicholas, for your time today, for joining us. I think we have taken a number of things on notice, so the Secretariat will be in contact for us to receive that. Thanks for coming along.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Sister. I always forget when they're on video teleconference. There you are. So now we may break. You're all welcome, an early mark, and we will return at 12:30. What is it? 12:15?
12:30.
12:30. There you are. Get a whole hour. Okay, thank you. Welcome to you all. Thank you for making the time to give evidence today. Could each of you please, starting from my left, state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Sure. James Bolton, Deputy Secretary, Regional Development and Delivery for the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Willem Classy, Executive Director, Regional Growth Development Corporation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Jason Crean, Group Director for Climate and Natural Resources within Agriculture and Biosecurity in Department of Primary Industries Regional Development. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Annette Cowie, New South Wales Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development, Climate Branch, Senior Principal Research Scientist. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you all. Now, would any or all of you like to begin with a short opening statement?
I will, Ms.
Mr.
Overall.
Bolton? Yep.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. As described, I'm James Bolton. I'm the Deputy Secretary of Regional Development and Delivery within the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. And I'm also the Chief Executive of the Regional Growth New South Wales Development Corporation. Thanks for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. The RGDC, or Regional Growth New South Wales Development Corporation, is a statutory corporation responsible...
I'm sorry, Mr. Bolton.
Yep.
I've missed Dr. Carey on the video conference, so if I could just quickly go to him and then come back to you. My apologies, Mr. Carey, always difficult when we do the video conference. If I could also get you to please state your name, position, title and swear either the oath or affirmation.
Thank you. Dr. Fitzcarey, Public Health Physician for Western New South Wales Local Health District. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Apologies, Mr. Bolton.
No problem. As described, or as I just mentioned, the RGDC, or the Regional Growth New South Wales Development Corporation, is a statutory corporation responsible for driving economic development across regional New South Wales through the planning, development and delivery of strategic industrial precincts and regional investment opportunities. The corporation develops and manages the state's special activation precincts, facilitates private sector investment, manages strategic land holdings and delivers enabling infrastructure to support jobs, investment and long-term regional growth. We have 4 SAPs in delivery at the moment, one in Wagga, Moree, Snowy and Parks. Regarding the Parks Special Activation Precinct, the corporation's role has been to plan and develop the precinct in partnership with the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, facilitate investment opportunities that are consistent with the approved planning framework for the precinct, and undertake a market process to identify the preferred energy from waste proponent. In this case, the corporation conducted a competitive market process to identify a potential energy from waste developer who, subject to obtaining all the necessary planning and regulation approvals, could design, fund, build and operate a facility on land leased from the RGDC. The purpose of that process was to identify a capable and experienced proponent able to deliver the project in line with the objectives of the precinct. The corporation also manages the associated land and commercial arrangements. It's important to distinguish that the corporation's role from the statutory assessment process. While the corporation facilitates investment and development within the precinct, individual projects remain subject to the full statutory planning, environmental assessment and regulatory approval process. The Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure is responsible for these assessments and determining any state significant development application. As part of that process, the DPIRD, so Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development, and my colleagues here will act as a referral agency, providing independent technical advice on matters within its expertise, including ag impacts where relevant. All technical evidence, agency advice and public submissions are considered through the statutory assessment process before a determination is made. In carrying out our functions, the corporation works closely with local councils, communities, industry and other government agencies, recognising that each has distinct statutory responsibilities. I'm joined today by 3 colleagues. On my left is Mr. Willem Classy, who is the Executive Director responsible for the operations of RGDC. Willem oversees the corporation's operations, including delivery of the SAP program, land development, commercial arrangements and investment facilitation. He'll assist on the operational matters relating to the corporation and the SAP. Dr. Jason Crean's the Group Director, Climate and Natural Resources within the department. Jason's an ag economist with extensive experience across ag policy, research and industry development, and is available to assist the committee on ag matters relating to today's inquiry. And I'm also joined by Dr. Annette Cowie, the Principal Research Scientist for Climate within the department. Dr. Cowie is an internationally recognised climate scientist with expertise in greenhouse gas accounting, sustainable land management, bioenergy and the circular economy. She is available to assist the committee on technical and scientific matters relating to climate emissions and lifestyle assessments, should those issues arise. Mightn't have been as short as you liked, Miss Overall, but there's my opening statement.
Probably shorter than some that we've had today. Thanks, Mr. Bolton. We did interrupt you as well. So no further statements from anyone else. It's fine. And look, I'm sorry. Dr. Carey, you're good to go as well for questions. No opening statement.
I have a statement.
Oh, yep, certainly.
I'm the public opposition covering Western New South Wales and Far West New South Wales local health districts, which encompass an area from Bathurst to Broken Hill. I work with staff of the Public Health Unit to protect and promote health in the community. We respond to over 50 infectious diseases which are notifiable to reduce the risk of infectious disease outbreaks in the community. We provide immunisation to students in all our high schools and support GPs in the provision of immunisation to infants and children. We also respond to health threats arising from the natural and the built environment through potential exposures to illness through water, air and land. Under the Public Health Act, New South Wales Health has environmental health regulatory powers related to supplies of drinking water, Legionella control, public swimming pools, the funeral industry and skin penetration. For other environmental health hazards, including air emissions, New South Wales Health liaises with agencies with those regulatory responsibilities, such as the New South Wales Environment Protection Authority and the New South Wales Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, about the need to carefully assess and control potential health risks. With regards to planning and development applications, New South Wales Health has an advisory role, not a regulatory responsibility in approval or rejection of development applications. Any potential human health impacts from developments, of course, should be avoided through strict environmental criteria and compliance by the proponent to the limits set by regulatory agencies. In terms of this specific issue we're here today to discuss, the Public Health Unit attended a meeting held by the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure in December 2026, at which Parks Energy Recovery, the proponent of the Energy from Waste facility in Parks, presented their scoping report. DPHI subsequently invited submissions into the Secretary's Environmental Assessment Requirements, or the SEARS. Public Health Unit recommended a detailed level of assessment in the environmental impacts statement through the development of a human health risk assessment that is completed in accordance with the guidelines for assessing human health risks for environmental hazards, or the NHealth 2012 document. We recommended that this health risk assessment should be undertaken by someone with suitable qualifications and experience in human health impact assessment and appropriate knowledge of hazards, risks and technology associated with this proposal. The health risk assessment should address the potential impacts to human health that may arise associated with the construction and operation of this proposal during standard operations, during potential incidents and cumulative impacts. Subsequent to that, the SEARS did require a comprehensive human health risk assessment, and I won't go through the details of that because that's available to this committee. Once this health risk assessment is completed by the proponent, New South Wales Health will recommend that an expert peer review of the health risk assessment be conducted to confirm its adequacy and identify any additional work needed to inform the planning process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much all. And I'll just go to the point that I was making, Mr. Bolton. I am pleased to hear you give a bit of a breakdown there on who does what, because I think that has been some of the difficulty in dealing with what we've been dealing with, the various, whether it's planning, whether it's DPI, whether it's your department, EPA. There seems to be lots of crossover and difficult to get a handle on who should be answering to what. So I may wind up asking some questions of you that may or may not be your purview, but I ask you to bear with us on that basis. We're just trying to get as much relevant information as we possibly can. So I'll start with the question that I put to the proponents, and it's really for DPI, I would imagine, on this one, about the concern for primary producers and the national vendor declarations, and whether or not there are any guarantees that they won't be in breach of what is required should facilities of this nature progress.
So I'm happy to talk to that one. So in terms of agricultural impacts, they will be addressed obviously in the environmental impact assessment. The department has provided advice to planning as input into the SEARs, into the Secretary's environmental assessment requirements. We obviously don't have a regulatory role in that, we're provided an advisory role, but some of the issues that we have advised planning about in respect to the agricultural impacts is to be reflected in the SEARs, and I can just quickly go through those. So the key, there's some key issues to look at is around the evaluation of some contamination risks, assessment of bioaccumulation risks, implications for food safety, the risks of residues and contamination in agricultural land and outputs, and also consideration of sort of consumer confidence and reputational risk, and is also around that market access issue that you've mentioned. So in that environmental assessment, those issues will need to be addressed, and in our role we'll review that environmental assessment and see whether it adequately address those concerns that have been raised. I might go to Dr. Cowie in a moment, but just in respect to energy from waste facilities, obviously they're operating in many other countries around the world, and these countries are obviously our markets for our agricultural produce. So yeah, it's teasing out what the implications might be. I think it just needs some consideration. But I might go to Dr. Cowie just around internationally around energy from waste facilities.
Thank you, Dr. Crean. Yes, that is indeed the situation that particularly in Europe, where we may have had concerns, because in many respects Europe has quite stringent requirements compared to some other potential export destinations. But in Europe, energy from waste is in fact the standard approach to managing waste, and there are over 500 facilities operating in Europe, and actually they consider landfill to be the very lowest option with respect to how to deal with waste, and so they prefer to recover energy from their waste resources, and then they would only landfill the residues that come from that, so that would be the ash, for example, to minimise their landfill requirements. So these facilities are operating in suburban areas around many countries in Europe, including in the middle of Denmark, for example. It's standard in Switzerland. It's also very common in Japan. Clearly these have been able to operate in a way that meets the requirements in those countries and satisfies any concerns that there might be for contamination of produce in those countries.
So, for clarity, please, so when it comes to the agricultural assessments and to a degree some of what is put forward as part of the SEARS process, but the ag assessments are provided by the proponents, yes? So they go and contract for that to then be provided to be processed and analysed from your perspective.
Apologies. There are certain declared contaminants that you have to, somebody trying to market produce needs to be able to demonstrate that their particular product that they're marketing fits within the thresholds that are specified by different markets. So yes, that's up to the proponent to demonstrate that they meet those thresholds.
So, Miss Overall, just to explain sort of the application/assessment process, they will, through the SEARS, we've informed that through the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development in consultation with DFI around what needs to be assessed and included in the technical work that is assessed in the future once it's lodged. But it is up to the proponent to provide that evidence to justify and address the concerns of the department. As the we are a referral agency, and that is to come in the future.
Okay. And what about, I've mentioned previously this morning, biosecurity assessments, risk assessment around that. Is that a specification currently of the SEARS?
Yeah, so I'm happy to address that one. So yeah, so there needs to be a biosecurity assessment also done as part of the SEARS. So it's been outlined. So the proponent will need to address the biosecurity concerns. And just to add further on to what Mr. Bolton had said, so following the submission of the environmental impact statement, that will go back to planning, and then planning will then consult with agencies, including ourselves, on the adequacy of the studies that have been organised by the proponent to meet the requirements of the SEARS. So we'll have an opportunity to technically review the information provided by the consultant and by the proponent and any consultants that they engage.
And so if they don't measure up, if they're not up to speed, they're sent away and made do what?
Well, we'll advise, that goes back to planning. We will advise planning of our assessment, and they will then formalise that in their advice, I understand. And that'll go to the Planning Commission.
Okay. A question for you, please, Dr. Carey. Two brief questions. You talk about the health risk assessment and that you'll be advocating for it to be peer reviewed. What sort of timing on that?
I can't give you detail on that, I'm sorry. I'm happy to take that on notice.
Okay, because just on the basis that of a health risk assessment, obviously there have been and continue to be over a number of years many concerns raised by communities living in these areas about the potential health impacts. So, and that they feel that there has been a paucity of information, consultation and engagement around that. Are you suggesting that more will eventually be forthcoming?
Well, I guess I should, just in terms of the first question, clearly a peer review which is independent of the proponent's review needs to inform the planning process. So it needs to be within the time frames of the planning process, and that will then further inform the planning process. Is the human health risk assessment conducted by the proponent adequate? Are there deficiencies? And they would need to be addressed if there were any.
Okay, so again, this may not be a question that you're going to be able to answer now. You may tell me that it'll go back to planning, Mr. Bolton, but are we putting the the cart before the horse. We seem to be saying we need these to inform the planning process. Then once they go to the planning process, we may have more information to be able to provide to the public to allay any concerns. But are you telling me that that's probably going to be planning that has to answer to that?
Correct, Chair.
So right. Can we get planning back in here as well?
To a certain degree, and we're not in the... I don't think we want to shy away from the fact that the appropriate technical work needs to be completed and lodged as part of the approval assessment process. Like, it is not approved today.
No.
And the technically...
But it's progressing, yes?
Exactly. So the CES has sort of set out the framework for what needs to be addressed for future consideration of the Department of Planning in making their final decision on if this is permitted or not. So that information, particularly my colleagues over here with Dr. Cowrie and Dr. Crean, they will be critical in the assessment of the the information relating to agriculture and the parts of the CES that need to be addressed. But until that point in time, it needs to be very clear that the development's not approved.
No, but again, you'll tell me if I ask you how many SSDAs have been knocked back over the time, you're going to tell me that you can't answer to that question either, but that's I'm just being a little bit cheeky on that one. I have more, but I will go to my colleagues now as well to ensure fair distribution of time. Dr. Con?
Thanks, Chair. My first question is about the special activation precincts. Understanding that there's one in Parkes, there's also Wagga in the Snowy Mountains. My understanding is that Parkes is the only one of those four that's got waste to energy incineration as part of that special activation precinct. Was that part of the proposal that was put to Parkes from the beginning, or at what stage of consideration of the special activation precinct did the incinerator become part of that proposal?
I'll throw to Mr. Classy to cover off this one.
Look, it was considered as part of the master plan for the Parkes SAP. It certainly wasn't considered in any other precincts.
Sorry, Mr. Could you just move the microphone a little bit closer, please? It's a little bit soft. Thank you.
It was considered in the master plan as it was government's policy that energy from waste is permitted in Parkes. That's not the case for the other precincts.
And in terms of the consideration that you gave it, the Parkes Special Activation Precinct is listed as supporting freight and logistics, advanced manufacturing and agribusiness, renewable energy and recycling. So is it then the case that you're considering this a renewable energy project?
I wouldn't call it a renewable energy project, no.
Yeah, so if the purpose of thank you for clarifying that. If the purpose of the Special Activation Precinct is to support freight, logistics, advanced manufacturing, agribusiness, renewable energy and recycling, then on what basis is the incinerator part of that package?
It's resources and recycling, and as we know that the residual waste that's put through energy from waste plants is precisely that. It's either going to landfill or it's going through an energy from waste facility. So it's use of a resource as well as assisting with the landfill issue that we have.
Okay, thank you. And if I go to health, Dr. Carey, I'm interested in the level of information that's available to the community about potential health risks of these incinerators, and particularly noting the systematic review that was published in the Journal of Public Health in 2020 and the subsequent PHAA position statement in 2024. Both of those recommend a precautionary approach, and while I'm and yourself would be very comfortable reading documents like this, I appreciate that for the average resident of one of these precincts, they may not be up to reading peer-reviewed literature on health impacts. Has there been any request of New South Wales Health or work done at New South Wales Health to actually provide information to the community in a general sense about potential health risks of these projects, notwithstanding the evidence you've already given us about the specific assessment of that particular proposal?
Thanks, Dr. Con. I haven't been involved in the provision of any such information to the community. And until there is a development application, it's hard to know the detail of the proposal. And I'm really reliant on the health risk assessment from really based on the N-Health guidelines, which are, of course, as you've identified, precautionary in principle. We're very reliant on that to look at the detail. It's a very complex area, in terms of hazard identification and then exposure, trying to model all of these to come up with the health risk assessment. And so for that specific proposal, we'll be very reliant on that because of its complexity, that's why we rely on an expert kind of peer review as well, which is independent of the proponent, so we can assess those.
Okay, thanks. So just to clarify my understanding, it's a health's approach is in this reactive sense that once the proposal's in, you've got a role in the assessment. There hasn't been any work that you're aware of in a proactive sense to provide community support or education or any general advice?
Not at this stage, no. I guess you could say it's reactive, although doing a health risk assessment is pretty proactive, I think, prior to anything happening.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. McCurran-Jones. Mr. Roberts, Mr. Banasiak.
Yeah, just a couple of questions for Dr. Carey. Are you aware of any long-term epidemiological studies done on energy from waste facilities in other jurisdictions that the committee could turn its mind to give us some comfort?
I wouldn't claim to be an expert in this specific area, so I'm not aware of any specific epidemiological studies or long-term longitudinal studies, and hence our reliance on the risk assessment that will be conducted.
Okay, and as part of that risk assessment or part of that body of work you want to see happen, has New South Wales Health expressed any requirements around minimum buffer distances between these plants and residential communities? Like we had one witness in Parkes who came before the forum and basically said that this proposed facility, is going to be literally hundreds of metres off her back fence, which is pretty startling, and she was quite rightly distraught by it. So does New South Wales Health have any view around minimum buffer distances between plants and residential communities?
Such issues are dealt with within the risk assessment because it looks at exposure and potential exposure through all sorts of pathways: air, soil, water, groundwater, rainwater, tanks, and food, grown food and livestock, and then it looks at what are the potential chemicals of concern and will they be present in those pathways, and then tries to model that risk. So it's not as if you can say particular distance from the facility is an adequate buffer zone. You really need to look at all of this risk assessment in terms of the modelling.
And just looking at that risk assessment, are there particular pollutants or chemicals that you would not wanting to be seen present in any studies that are done? Are there any particular chemicals or pollutants of concern that you would say are a no-go if they're present?
Well, the N-Health guidelines covers a range of chemicals of concern, and they are the ones that are assessed in such developments. And so, of course, we're looking at particulates in the air, we're looking at heavy metals, and then we're looking at persistent organic pollutants, and really those three kind of particular areas, and they will all be encompassed within a health risk assessment.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Ms. McCurran-Jones.
Yes, thank you. I've just got a question to both departments in relation to the evidence or the assessments that are done. Have you identified, or are there any gaps in what is actually assessed or you're asked to provide or review?
Not from my perspective, but that decision isn't made by us as the department, but more a consideration of the Department of Planning in developing the SEERs, but from our view, I think the answer would be a no. Does everyone agree?
Yeah, I agree. When you look at the SEERs, they seem to be fairly comprehensive, and then the agricultural related area, we've got a land use conflict risk assessment guide that the proponent will need to review, and also a guide around managing biosecurity risks as well. So they're fairly comprehensive in respect to the agricultural impacts.
Dr. Carey?
From our perspective, the SEERs have covered our areas of concern in terms of human health risk.
Thank you.
Yes, we're trying to get through my questions now and know which ones I am going to be able to put to you and which I can't. But I'll come to you again then, Dr. Carey, following on from that information when you mentioned that you can't necessarily say in relation to buffer zones without the assessments, etc. But the Chief Scientist 2020 report specifically said that sites should not be, if at all possible, near sensitive receptors like schools and hospitals. So that's prior to any additional assessment that's going to be done. The Chief Scientist has stated that.
That's a really good point, and I think that the health risk assessment in particular takes into consideration sensitive receptors or sensitive populations, children, the elderly, pregnant women, etc. And it really adopts a truly precautionary principle by focusing on those sensitive parts of the population as a major focus.
Okay, so in coming to that and in referencing the international examples, so a question, Dr. Carey, for both yourself and Mrs. Cowie and Dr. Crean, are you able to point to and provide to the committee long-term health and agricultural risk assessments, studies, peer review material, etc., around some of what we are both addressing in this inquiry and more broadly? Long-term studies I'm talking about, not assessments just directly related to projects, individual projects as such, that you're aware of.
Perhaps I can answer. As I said before, it's not something that is within my expertise, and hence my reliance on the risk assessment that we're looking at.
Ms. Cowie, Dr. Crean, are you aware of long-term assessments in relation to agricultural biosecurity risks, impacts, cumulative effects?
I am aware that some have been undertaken. I'm also aware that it's somewhat difficult to find long-term studies that are relevant to the current technologies, because in fact there's been massive improvements in the technologies that are used. So the technology that would be applied if this was approved would be, the latest state-of-the-art approach, and so there have been great improvements in the capacity to limit air emissions, for example, with a wide range of gas control and capture processes. So that probably limits the capacity to find long-term studies that are applicable to the current technologies. There certainly are long-term studies out there from Europe, I think, in particular. But yeah, as I say, relevance is somewhat limited.
Okay, thank you. Anything to add to that, Dr.
Look, we're happy to take that. We can take that question on notice, but given the limitations that we're likely to have in terms of
yes, and I think the answer is that it's the new technology, and so that's part of the of what we're experiencing, that there isn't that information to hand. Just one for you, Mr. Classy. I know that you were there when we had the site visit at Parks, and we were talking about the train movements, what's required, the train siding to be put in place, etc. And again, I'm trying to phrase it in such a way that you may be able to answer around potential concerns on logistics for both transporting material that distance to the site and also potential impacts for material that may need to be sent back the other way should this reclassification of whether it's hazardous or not
Sure.
occur. Are there concerns around the logistics?
No, and I think again that'll be considered as part of the environmental and planning assessment, so that obviously will be a key consideration, but I don't have any comment or input in that regard.
Okay, awesome. Mr. Bolton, if I could come back to you, hopefully have a question that we can nut out together. Economic benefit and growth. I think you said that you can cover off on that type of material.
Absolutely, Miss Overall.
Excellent. Well, we're talking about this, and the proponents suggest, various figures that are being predicted and modelled, etc. But clearly, community around parks, specifically the council in that area, isn't sold on what these economic benefits apparently are going to be for them. Does your department have modelling around all of that? Are you assessing it specifically in relation to the energy from waste facility, or are you sort of looking at it more broadly in terms of the special activation precinct?
I'll cover off the first bit, Miss Overall, but I might throw to Mr. Classy just to provide the finer detail. But generally, the special activation precinct program and the economic modelling was done over the entire precinct, and considered the potential uses within each of those. So that modelling has definitely been done, and through that sort of technical work at the front end, so the business case for investment in special activation precincts, we obviously did the economic modelling, but a whole host of other things to inform, or a whole host of other studies to inform the master planning in partnership with the Department of Planning at that time. So he covered off things like, to a certain degree, partly answering your previous question around air and odour and noise and vibration, providing base data for the future monitoring of these precincts as they develop. So it partly answers that question, but to a certain degree, we definitely have a model around the economic contributions that precincts make. And then, I know this is probably not going to answer your question as you would like, we assess the developments through the SEARs around the economic contribution of that specific project.
Okay.
But Mr.
Yeah,
Classy,
yeah, sure. I mean, as an example of how energy from waste may be promoting development precinct, after energy from waste was made public, as in the proponent, we took 27 hectares of land to market near the facility, and we've sold 18 out of those 27 hectares. There's one lot left. That lot is in final negotiation. So we're going to sell all the land we put to market pretty quickly. And I think that proposal is part of it. I know those parties are interested in the outputs from energy from waste, and it's certainly not approved, but there's interest there.
Okay, and again, it is a broader question that may be difficult from your point of view, but if there are such potential benefits to regional areas, then why wouldn't the opportunity be spread more broadly with more chance for other regional areas to so benefit if that was the situation?
I think that's a matter for government policy.
Of course you do.
Well,
I understand. I said you may not be able to,
and Miss
to
Overall,
go down that path.
We can provide clarity on it though, and it is a government policy position.
Yes.
The policy is determined by EPA around the 4 locations. The role of the RGDC with the Special Activation Precinct was implementing that policy.
I understand.
Hence how that location was identified.
I understand. But again, I'll try one more time. So if you've done the modelling around the Special Activation Precinct, and obviously not just this one, as Dr. Conn had mentioned, the other 3 around New South Wales as well, that would have been not necessarily taking into account a specific energy from waste facility proposal. So for parks, even if the EFW facility doesn't go ahead, the SAP will progress regardless.
Correct. And the modelling, the process around economic modelling for this level of detail varies between a project-specific work and obviously a precinct modelling, but the general drivers for those are the industrial land uses / permitted uses within that precinct is how we did that initial work. Energy from waste, the specific example of that project wouldn't have been specifically within that model, and jump in if I'm not correct here, Willem, but the intention of that precinct was industrial land uses, and the model would have calculated it based on that.
Okay, so just one final quick one there then, perhaps both for you, Mr. Bolton, and Dr. Crean or Mrs. Cowie, that are there any concerns currently or that could be seen into the future around land use and changing land use? We're talking about industrial land, but we've also got agricultural land surrounding that. Is there any suggestion of concerns about changing classifications in that regard?
It's probably worth, sorry to jump in, but it's probably worth noting that the SAP area is 4,800 hectares. The corporation owns around 1,900 hectares, but all of the land has been rezoned as industrial, and the energy from waste site is in the middle of the precinct.
And those considerations around land use and the rezoning that happened took into or considered what I think you're referring to, Miss Overall. And obviously the SEERs and what's provided through the technical reports that are provided in the next phase, we will consider impacts beyond the special activation precinct.
Right, okay. Good to know. Right, Ms. Savelle for the government.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks to you all for appearing today, and my apologies that I'm not there in person in the room with you. I just wanted to ask firstly around the Parks Special Activation Precinct Master Plan. When was that first announced or finalised?
It was finalised in 2020.
And in terms of the consultation or the process, I guess, for the development of that master plan, could you advise the committee who was consulted, how the process for objections, if there were objections, were handled?
Sure. So Department of Planning led the master plan for us, and they certainly ran community engagement consultation as part of that master plan development. And as you're aware, that master plan did include a proposal for an energy from waste site. In terms of how responses were handled, there is a submissions report that's available online if you would like to have a look, or we can provide it on notice.
And then, Ms. Savelle, that master plan is then placed on public exhibition and endorsed like any strategic land use planning change.
Thank you. In terms of the master plan, the final one, that is available online. In terms of the sub precinct that we are referring to, in particular with the proposed energy from waste facility, am I correct that it is falls under the resources and recycling sub precinct?
That is correct.
Yeah. In terms of the objectives of the sub-precinct that are outlined in the final master plan document, and I just want to check that I have the right document. It does outline the objectives of the sub-precinct as providing dedicated areas for essential waste and resource recovery that allows for a variety of new recycling and reprocessing industries. Is that to your understanding?
I haven't looked at it recently, but that sounds reasonable, and there certainly is interest in other operations in relation to recycling in that sub-precinct. In fact, one of the pieces of land that we've recently sold is to a plastics recycling business.
And Ms. Savard, we can provide the finer details on notice for that sub-precinct.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks. I think that would be helpful. It does sort of go on to say, in terms of the master planning document, that the impacts need to be minimised on other areas of the precinct in terms of that resources and recycling precinct, and puts in place or at least provides an area that is appropriately located to reduce noise, air quality, odour and dust generating activities, and that can operate 24/7. Is that your understanding of at least the master plan that was agreed on by the community and by the government at the day?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. As I mentioned, the energy from waste site is in the centre of that precinct and is in the resource and recycling sub-precinct.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of the overall land size, you mentioned earlier, I think it was 4,800 hectares. What proportion of the precinct is made up of that, I suppose, the resources and recovery part?
Oh, I'd have to take that on notice. I couldn't tell you. It'd be probably a few hundred hectares as an estimate.
Thank you. And so the other, was that the first parcel that was sold or leased, to your understanding?
Yes, it is. We've only just, in fact, finished the infrastructure that's enabled us to finalise subdivisions and take land to market.
Right. And in terms of that infrastructure investment, what has that entailed for the community of Parkes, and how much investment was required as part of sort of realising this special activation precinct?
Sure. So it's around $200 million. We'll have to take on notice as to the specific value, but that included a substantial upgrade to the main road through the precinct, formerly known as Brolgan Road. It included lifting the bridges so that double-stacked containers on trains could pass under those bridges, and involved a whole lot of new utilities such as power, water, sewer, a new substation. And part of that funding was also the acquisition of the land that I mentioned earlier.
Thank you. So it's sort of fair to say, or at least you could characterise the precinct as being, how do I say it, underpinned, or at least the resources recovery component, energy from waste facility, is sort of central to that precinct. Is that fair to say?
Look, it's valuable, but if it doesn't proceed, the precinct certainly will. And as I mentioned, we have businesses who are interested in the offtake of energy from waste, but not reliant.
And Ms. Savard, there's also a number of other developments that have occurred within the precinct during the same period. So either extensions to existing businesses or industries, and also to Willem's point earlier around the latest market approach that we've taken's got significant investments from other players that are to come.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of the region, the sort of the investment piece, or at least economic development piece that has occurred through the special activation precinct, has the department done any modelling or otherwise to look at such things as how much potential there has been for an economic uplift should this facility go ahead, the energy from waste facility in particular, and conversely what that would mean if it did not?
Not a detailed assessment, no, but indicatively, you may have heard this already, but the energy from waste facility, if it proceeds, will generate around 400 jobs in construction and 50 in operation. The land we've just released will generate around 200 jobs. So they are all new jobs for the Parkes area.
And look, have you done any work to understand, Mr. Classy, whether there would be other indirect jobs generated from those direct jobs within the precinct?
We haven't done any formal studies, but I have the feeling that yes, they will generate other economic benefits as a spin-off for those particular businesses.
Thank you. In terms of the proposed energy from waste facilities more generally, I wonder, and I'm not sure who on the panel is best to answer this, or whether it's Dr. Carey online, but I just wondered if you had any evidence to suggest whether the emissions profile, or at least what is generated by these energy from waste facilities, is worse for the community or the surrounding areas than landfill?
It's probably not a question for us, but I'll let the others respond.
Look, I might go to Annette on maybe just clarifying the request. If we're talking about greenhouse gas emissions.
Yeah, greenhouse gas emissions, yes, but also, over the course of the inquiry, we have heard concerns from other community members about, dioxins in soil and other things. So, I suppose more broadly, whether there is any evidence that you're aware of that suggests that they are harmful.
Well, I might go to Dr. Carey first on respect to the emissions.
Yes, with respect to the greenhouse gas emissions, I think you've probably heard from others that when you landfill biomass-based material, that is decomposed, so about half of it is released as CO2 and the other half is released as methane, and methane is about 28 times more powerful as a greenhouse gas than CO2. So when you landfill biomass-containing materials, you are going to release methane. We do have methane gas capture at many of our landfills, but this is never 100%, and it doesn't go on forever either. So if you, in fact, process this material through an energy from waste plant, you recover the CO2, you combust the biomass and release it as CO2. You release only a very small amount of methane and nitrous oxide. So the greenhouse gas emissions profile from an energy from waste facility is very much more positive for the climate than the emissions associated with landfilling the same amount of material. I am not actually equipped to answer the other questions about the other potential pollutants, but these, of course, are addressed with thresholds in the SEERs.
Yeah, I think some of the broader potential impacts you raise will be picked up in terms of the SEERs. So I don't have any further comment to add.
Thanks. Dr. Carey, did you have anything to add to that one?
I don't. I would just also agree that the SEERs will address the chemicals of concern, that some of which you've named, yes. So the persistent organic pollutants such as dioxins and furans, heavy metals, etc. And that's all central to that risk assessment.
Is that all from you, Ms. Savelle? I've got Dr. Con who has her hand up as well.
I'm happy to throw to Dr. Con.
Great.
Yeah,
Thank you, Dr. Con.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I'd just love to ask a follow-up question with regards to the greenhouse gas emissions, particularly in a context where proponents of energy from waste incinerators have repeatedly told us that the intention is only to burn residual waste that couldn't have been processed by any other preferable means on the waste hierarchy, and particularly noting this government's commitment to require food and garden organics processing by 2030. You would anticipate a significant reduction in organic matter being in the red bin waste, and I appreciate the strong evidence for greenhouse gas production from legacy landfill. I'm interested if when you remove organic waste from that mix, if that assertion still holds that landfill produces more greenhouse gases than energy from waste facilities.
It's probably a question for me. Certainly, if we remove the majority of the putrescible waste that would otherwise have gone in the red bin, you are reducing the amount of readily decomposable biomass. But we would expect that MSW facilities will still be receiving the construction and demolition waste, for example, that is currently going to landfill as well. And this would not be intercepted by the FOGO recycling processes that are being implemented by councils.
Thanks.
Okay, well, just one final point then from me to you, Mr. Bolton. The Bega Circular Economy Centre, that's also a fantastic initiative, and as it turns out, funded by our former Nationals Liberals government. That's a great thing to see for regional areas as well, isn't it?
It is, Miss Overall. Absolutely.
Good. It's like Russell Fitzpatrick will be very pleased to hear that. Thank you. I think we have managed to get through the questions that we were able to put to you all. Thank you for your attendance today. We have taken a number of things on notice, so the Secretariat will be in touch in relation to that. Thanks for your time and your evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
You know it's coming. Thank you.
Thank you both for being here and making the time to give evidence today. Could each of you please, starting from my left, state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Yep, Stephen Beeman, Executive Director of Regulatory Operations at the New South Wales Environment Protection Authority, and I'll swear an oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Asel Atapattu, Executive Directors, Policy, Programs and Finance at the EPA. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Do either or both of you have a short opening statement?
Yes, Chair, I have a short opening statement.
Thanks, Mr. Bowman.
I want to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and pay my respects to elders past and present. The EPA welcomes the opportunity to discuss further with the committee key matters raised in recent hearings, which have centred on location and precincts, impacts on the waste hierarchy, emissions monitoring and management of residuals such as fly ash, health and environmental risks, and particularly long-term exposure, and community confidence in regulatory controls. The EPA has 3 roles regarding energy from waste: implementing the policy direction of the government of the day regarding where those facilities operate, providing advice to inform the assessment of proposals to build and operate these facilities, if and when they are lodged with the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, and then to act as the independent regulator to licence these facilities to operate and ensure compliance with the conditions of the licence. The Energy from Waste Framework refers to the rules established in Chapter 9, Part 4 of the Protection of the Environment Operations General Regulation 2022. This set of rules does several things. It establishes a general prohibition on the thermal treatment of waste for energy recovery, that's clause 143, defines what activities are and are not thermally treatment of waste, and that's clause 142, and accepts some activities and some defined locations from this general prohibition, that's clause 144, and this is the section that establishes the precinct-based approach we have. The New South Wales Energy from Waste Framework limits EFW facilities to 4 designated precincts across the state. This framework includes the precincts approach which was established by the previous government. Limiting energy from waste to 4 precincts was a deliberate policy choice. One of the benefits of the precinct approach in New South Wales is the mitigating effect it will have on the potential of these facilities to impact the broader resource recovery efforts by limiting where these facilities can be built. The waste hierarchy has been in the objectives of the Waste Avoidance and Resource Recovery Act since 2001. But let me be clear, resource recovery of energy sits low in the waste hierarchy and just above landfill disposal. New South Wales EPA policy and regulatory settings continue to prioritise waste avoidance, reuse and repair, recycling and upstream recovery first. Energy from waste can only ever be applied to residual waste streams that cannot reasonably be recovered further. Modern energy from waste technologies and controls are much more sophisticated than the technology in the older incineration facilities. This technology has significantly improved as better controls and improved monitoring has been developed. The EPA has published a technical note clarifying the operational and technical requirements for the operation for energy for waste facilities in New South Wales, including air emission standards, assessment requirements and continuous monitoring requirements. The technical note aligns with the EPA with global best practice to minimise any risk of pollutants from air emissions. Facilities must meet, at a minimum, the Group 6 air emission standards within the New South Wales Protection of the Environment Operations Clean Air Regulation. The technical note also adopts emission limit standards in line with those established in the European Union's Industrial Emissions Directive, known as the IED, and the 2019 Best Available Techniques Reference Document, called the BREF. These standards have been developed in the European Union following decades of refinement and experience in managing these facilities and reflects international best practice. The EPA routinely sets emission limits in environment protection licences that are stricter than the clean air regulations. The setting of stack emission limits must also be reflective of the modelling of ground level concentrations in the community and the human health risk assessment. It's a multivariate analysis to set the ultimate air emission limits from the stack. Strict limits can be tailored to address project-specific risks where necessary. The EPA can also set other conditions in a licence aimed at reviewing licence limits after the plant has been operating or to promote emission reductions and continuous improvement. Energy from waste facilities must undertake continuous monitoring of important parameters to make sure they don't exceed emission limits. We are working with our counterparts in other Australian jurisdictions to develop an agreed national approach to the regulation and management of bottom ash and fly ash, also known as air pollution control residue. Finally, the EPA recognises that communities want credible, independent information and not just assurances from proponents. That is why we publish guidance material, regulatory decisions and compliance information publicly to improve accessibility and transparency. The EPA remains committed to evidence-based regulation, continuous improvement and open engagement with the Parliament and community. We welcome the opportunity to address the community's questions today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Atapatu, do you have anything to add? No. And Mr Bowman, appreciate your pointing out EPA's role in all of this, and I will endeavour to keep my questions applicable. I may stray, but it'll certainly be unintentional, and I'm sure you'll bring me back. They are very interesting points that you raised finally there in your statement about assurances aren't enough to allay community concerns necessarily. So let's go straight to what you raised there again at the end of your statement in relation to fly ash specifically, and it's been put to the proponents as well, the significant tonnage of fly ash that has been admitted will be the residual of the process of energy from waste incineration. What's going to happen to it?
Let me start. I can start with the just to get the terminology right. So there's something that's produced by these facilities called bottom ash.
Yep, we know the difference between bottom ash and fly ash.
That's about 20%.
Yep,
and
the
fly ash is
about
about 2%. So fly ash is actually a much smaller component. What we're trying to do nationally is have a standard approach across all of the states. So Queensland, Western Australia and Victoria all have either energy from waste plants operating or some in motion in the planning process. What we're looking at is having a national approach to its assessment, and then what are the regulatory requirements that will sit around fly ash, APCR. The material typically we've seen from overseas data would require pre-treatment before being landfilled. So it needs some type of treatment, and it's usually some form of chemical and physical stabilisation. It's often mixed with other concrete, but that material then must be disposed at a licensed waste facility. So we're waiting to. We're really sort of working with the other jurisdictions, and we have 2 live plants in WA, looking at what the quality of that material is coming out, and what are the appropriate, international best practice for its treatment.
Just a couple of things, if I may add. We are still waiting to see the specific proposal for those 2 facilities proposed in New South Wales, what they're planning to do with the fly ash. So that we kind of need to see the details before we can assess whether that's fit for purpose or not. And then the other element I'd add to that is that there's quite a significantly mature system in the UK in terms of how this material is assessed, and also how this material is made inert or made safe. So we want to learn quite the lessons that they have in terms of how we apply that to Australia.
Okay. And again, this may be something that you can't address, but the suggestion that the potential approval of these facilities, will it be impacted by how they may or may not address bottom and fly ash, or given the timing of what you're talking about, dealing with other states' jurisdictions, etc., it could be pushing it further down the line of when that might be changed, when the classifications might be changed. I'm presuming that won't immediately impact on whether or not these facilities are potentially approved.
Yeah, so I think there are a number of different ways the applicant or the proponent may propose to manage those materials. It's when it kind of tries to envisage reuse outside of a waste management framework is when that more complex risk assessment needs to come into place. But if the proposal is to kind of make it inert, manage it and bury it in a landfill, then that's provided that much.
So it'll be a matter of whether they deal with it in situ, or whether they then have to transport it further. So currently in New South Wales, how many sites deal with hazardous waste?
None.
None.
So there are
all.
no. So there's a prohibition on the landfilling of hazardous waste, and that gets classified against the EPA's waste classification guidelines. And if you do exceed the hazardous waste threshold, you must treat the waste to reduce its hazardous level, and then the material can then be reclassified. So there's a sort of a legal barrier there that says if it's hazardous, you must pre-treat before disposal,
Right.
and that's the technical assessment. So we issue things called a mobilisation. They're called a mobilisation approval.
So when the proponents are talking about the situation as it stands now, that it would need to go back to Sydney Kemps Creek, is it?
Correct.
Is that where it goes?
Correct.
But is that site specifically for hazardous waste? Why does it go back there?
It goes back there because it receives what we call restricted waste, which is a whole bunch of waste types, but including material that was previously classified and treated to reduce its hazardous characteristics, goes back to the Kemps Creek facility.
Right. So if they don't prove able to deal with it to that level, it would still then need to be transported and facilitated at Kemps Creek.
They would have to, before transporting it, actually have our approval first to demonstrate us and show us the chemistry and the results that they've actually reduced the level of its hazardous characteristics. So typically heavy metals that have been bound up in the matrix of the thing it's solidified in, they would have to demonstrate that before they transport it anywhere for disposal, and the disposal location for that type of material would be Kemps Creek.
Yeah, just if I can add to that, I think the reason the Kemps Creek is it's a landfill cell that's specifically designed to contain this kind of material. So if the proponent chooses to build a landfill cell that is approved, they may decide to do that. We don't know yet what the...
Okay, but they could have that option. They could have the option to build another cell entirely to deal with this
That's right.
not as hazardous but still slightly hazardous material that they have to treat, etc.
Yep.
So that could also be in situ.
Possibly. We don't know.
Potentially.
We haven't seen what they're proposing.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. And I know that we'll have questions from the others. I'll just put one more quickly then and have my colleagues have their chance as well. I understand we went through this last time that you're not able to address how West Lithgow and Tomago have been put onto the list now of the 4 precincts. Have they been gazetted yet?
No.
No, neither of them?
No.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I'll have more, but it's like Dr. Con, I'll go to you first.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to the witnesses for appearing again. My first question is about gasification, which I understand is an adjacent technology. Can you clarify, under the existing energy from waste framework, whether gasification is covered by that framework or whether it's considered separately?
Depending on the waste type or the material that goes into the process of gasification, it is classified. So, for example, if it is the red bin waste that we are talking about with these energy recovery facilities that in question, then yes, it needs to happen in a precinct.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I also had a couple of questions arising from your answers to supplementary questions from the previous hearing. There was a response about the ability of the EPA to set lower air emissions limits than those prescribed by regulation in some circumstances. And I think the answer said this can include setting stricter limits to address any project-specific risks for any industry. So further to that, in what circumstances would you consider setting stricter emission limits than what's required?
I'm happy to answer that one. There's a lot of focus, and rightly so, about the air emissions that come out of the stack, and so what the clean air regulation says. It's actually a sort of a multi-dimensional analysis that you need to do to come up with the final limits. So you need to look at what. You need to do what we call the ambient air quality assessment. So you need to look at what are the air emission impacts at ground level concentrations in the community, and that's a modelled number, and that's got to meet some national standards. So there's something called the Ambient Air Quality National Environment Protection Measure, the NEPM. So that has some national health-based numbers that actually have to be met. And the second piece of work is which has been talked a bit today about the human health and environmental ecological risk assessments. And when you look at those two models and you look at the maximum limit, that's what then influences the EPA's determination on the final stack criteria. But the final stack criteria can't exceed the clean air regulations. So the clean air regulations is the sort of maximum number. I sort of describe it to people, it's like the clean air limit sets the maximum speed limit, but then we can put controls on the vehicle to go slower if it needs to meet the ambient air quality and the human health risk assessment. So it's not it's something that has to actually be worked through when when the proponent submits their planning assessment.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. And I think following on from some of the questions that were already asked, is there any planning underway for future hazardous waste repositories that could manage ash at scale?
No. I think our approach to this is not to have, it's been a long-standing approach for probably 25 or 30 years now, not to have hazardous waste landfills, but to have the material pre-treated before disposal and then put into high-quality, well-engineered landfills. So unlike other states, WA has a hazardous waste landfill, we don't. We want to see the waste treated before disposal.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Ms McLaren-Jones?
Thank you. I've just got a couple of questions. One is around a waste management plan, and if any work's been done to put something together.
Yeah. So I'm assuming you're referring to the infrastructure plan.
Yes.
Yeah. So so there is the government released the infrastructure plan chapter 1, which covers the energy from waste, updated energy from waste requirements and the response to the landfill shortage for Greater Sydney last year. And I'm just trying to get the date in front of me. So it basically outlines the government's position on where the precincts approach and what eligible fuels can be used outside of those precincts, as well as what needs to happen in the precincts. So it doesn't change the existing precincts, the parks and the Woodlawn precinct, but it and also kind of confirms Wallarang, the area, and then it adds the Tomogo precinct.
And in preparation for that, was any work done around possible sites within the Sydney region?
Not for this chapter, Waste Infrastructure Plan, because the principle was to kind of work with the existing policy framework from 2021 and to kind of adjust it rather than necessarily do first principle review of it.
And is there any plans to do a review or evaluate as it stands now?
No, not at the moment.
In the planning and making decision, what focus is put on the ability to actually move the waste to regional areas, whether by road or by rail?
It doesn't consider that at the moment, with the distance issue, because the original framing of the review was not to change the I guess the overall architecture of the 2021 plan, and it was kind of to try and make it more efficient or more effective was the framing. So it didn't kind of envisage having it closer to Sydney or anything like that.
But has any work been done around the cost or the impact on existing infrastructure of moving waste?
Not at the moment, no.
Are there plans to do that?
As we, I think, look at the detailed implementation of what's identified in Chapter 1, which includes kind of a strategic plan or a ongoing plan of where to position the infrastructure, especially transfer stations, intermodals, and potentially a future landfill that we may need going beyond 2040. That at that time, I think maybe, but at the moment there's no specific plan to evaluate the cost of that.
Thank you.
Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, gentlemen, for your attendance this afternoon. Mr. Beeman, probably directed to you, but answerable by whoever's more appropriate. We are constantly faced with various government departments giving us evidence, and it's hard to understand who has control over what particular things, and I'm sure you'd understand that. Correct me if I'm wrong though. The EPA, you licence and permit various industries via regulation, including waste processing. Am I right there? So you're the agency responsible for the licensing and the permit to carry out, can I say, hazardous work?
Yep.
All right, that's correct. Okay, and the continual monitoring of those conditions that you've applied.
Yeah, correct.
Right. Okay, could you then please tell us, or tell the committee, about the breaches that Veolia has permitted or allowed or whatever at the Woodlawn site? What are we looking at? What's happened there over the years?
Yeah. No, thank you for the question. And that is our role, to be that independent regulator of environment protection legislation in New South Wales, and we do take that role seriously. The committee has been to the Woodlawn site, I understand, and it is quite a complex site with a whole bunch of its own legacy issues. I wouldn't say we've arrived at a fact that they've breached any regulations or conditions at the moment. There are 2 notices that we've placed on them, one being a clean-up notice. And so the mine there, where the landfill, the old mine, which is now the current landfill, which is really a sort of cone, we've done our own testing of the water underneath that. There's an old mine underneath that, and the mine workings have been flooded. And so the EPA went, as often we do, so we don't rely solely on what our licensees tell us. We collect our own independent samples. We wanted to test whether there was any detection of the types of chemicals you would see in landfill leachate. Landfill leachate's the water that will percolate through a landfill. It's really the sort of the dirty water. And we have detected below the landfill, into that old mine working, some chemicals that are typical of landfill leachate. And what we're asking in the clean-up notice is for Veolia to develop a monitoring program so we can assess over time, is that an impact, and is it an impact that's significant or not. The second one is around a prevention notice we've issued to Veolia, and that's asking them to engage an independent odour expert. The landfill at Woodlawn is known technically as a bioreactor landfill, and it's where you put the liquid that's generated by the landfill back through it, and you're actually, in some respects, you're trying to accelerate the cooking of the landfill to generate gas, then that gas to be extracted. And you probably would have seen at Woodlawn, by memory, there are 6 or 7 large big engines there that make electricity, and they put that electricity back in the grid. We've done our own, again, we use drones and we use our own sampling. We've detected levels of methane across the surface of the landfill that concern us to the point where we've said to Veolia, we would like you to engage an independent expert to give them advice, and then we're going to review it, about what measures can they take to minimise the amount of methane. Now, why that's important is where you find methane, you often find other odorous landfill gases, and the community down there does report to us off-site impacts of odour, and that concerns us, and part of this work is trying to address that odour issue emanating from that landfill. So they'll engage an expert as part of the prevention notice, and then we'll review that and turn that into more specific actions and conditions for them to implement at the site. In the meantime, and I'll sort of talk a bit about the sort of methane and odour issues down there, is then we've established our own, EPA's own hydrogen sulphide monitors down around the landfill, so we can monitor independently of Veolia any impacts that they might be having on the surrounding community. And so when we detect it, we can jump on them to make sure they can minimise those impacts on the community as quickly as possible.
Right, okay. Well, I accept what you tell me. maybe I'm confused here, maybe I used wrong terminology. You said you've served 2 notices on Viola. Am I mistaken then in that there have been numerous other incidents reported to the EPA, such as leakage from rail carriages and things like that?
So we do have from time
that mightn't have required a notice, but so you're telling me there's only 2 in all this time of Veolia operating at Woodlawn. There's only 2 things that have gone wrong.
No, my mistake. I was just focusing on the 2 legal notices we've issued.
I asked what breaches they had done.
I can take that on notice, but there has been times where there has been non-compliances, and we address those through our regulatory policy. We have had complaints from the community about, sometimes the seals on the railway carriages leak. Sometimes it's about the odour complaints we get from the facility. So there has been from time to time complaints from the community, and we have issued fines to Veolia. But I can give you.
So you have issued fines.
I can give you
You didn't say in all seriousness, Mr. Beeman. When I gave you the opportunity to tell me about what Woodlawn have done wrong down there, you didn't mention anything about fines in the original.
I think I acknowledged that I jumped to a conclusion for your question to start with. So I'd like that acknowledged, that I actually did correct the record.
Yeah, I'm not accusing you of lying, but you could see from my position, I've asked you, please tell us what they've done wrong. Oh, we've issued 2 notices.
No,
we're now down to the fact that there's rail carts leaking. We've issued penalties.
Happy to give the committee on notice what the breaches the EPA are aware and what action we've taken.
Right. Well, then going forward, realising that material leaches from those rail carriages, and I've seen it personally, has the EPA said anything to the proponents of these newer developments, being Parks and Veolia, if they want to continue, that there has to be developed a sealed rail car so things cannot leak out of it?
Yep.
Has that been considered?
We haven't had a proposal from Parks yet, so we haven't seen it specifically from Parks.
Well, even if they don't propose it, wouldn't you?
Yep.
Would it be prudent to put in place regulations that say that they must be a fully sealed unit that nothing can escape from en route from the intermodal in Sydney to its destination in Parks or Terrigo?
Yeah, there's been rail haulage from Sydney, from Clyde, and then subsequently Banksmeadow to Woodlawn since 2004. I've seen the containers, I've actually been inside them, they are sealed. There will be from time to time, I suspect, sometimes failure of those seals. That's not acceptable. And so the operators will know and currently do know what our expectation is in terms of our expectations about proper transport. Absolutely.
I just wondered whether this worth adding the hazardous waste transfer requirements as well. Yeah, so there is a in addition to sort of general solid waste, which is what's being transported to Veolia, if there was a transfer of the fly ash back to the city, there is a different regulatory framework that's much more stringent that applies, and it's a national framework for transport of hazardous waste. And that framework will apply, and that has those kind of much more stringent requirements around transport of material back.
That's well and good, and that reassures me, but I'm not talking about that. We're talking about the original waste itself leaving Sydney and going to these areas that is leaking from rail trucks as it goes along.
Yeah, that's not acceptable.
But it happens though, will you agree?
It has happened, yes, and we investigate it when we're aware of it and we take action.
How do you become aware of it, Mr. Beeman?
Sometimes it's by community reports, sometimes by its inspections by our own officers.
How often, and you may have to take this on notice, how many times have you inspected the Woodlawn facility unannounced, and B, how many times have you inspected the rail corridor and the rail trucks going there as well?
I'll need to take that on notice.
Okay.
I think Veolia would say we turn up too much.
Yeah, well, perhaps they do. Perhaps some of us say you don't turn up often enough.
Correct.
Are Veolia required to self-report?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, we've changed their licences recently. Everyone used to be, there's a statutory requirement in the legislation to immediately report significant environmental harm, and where it's not significant material environmental harm and as defined in the legislation, they've got 21 days when they become aware to report to the EPA any non-compliances with their licences.
Okay, I'd like you to take that on notice as well, Mr. Beeman, how many times they've self-reported to the EPA.
Yep.
Breaches that they've detected themselves.
Yep.
I'm aware that my other colleagues would want some time.
Thanks, Mr.
Chair,
Roberts.
so I'll stop there. Thanks.
Mr. Vanasiak?
Sure, probably just a couple picking up on Mr. Rod Roberts' questions. The EPA has repeatedly told communities that you can effectively regulate energy from waste facilities, but would you agree that public confidence in your ability to regulate the existing facility at that Veolia has at Tarrago is extremely low?
No.
You wouldn't accept the public confidence in EPA is low in your ability to regulate Veolia?
No.
What evidence do you have to suggest that that's not the case? Because the committee was presented with some pretty compelling evidence at the hearing down at Goulburn that would suggest otherwise.
To the extent that it's quite a subjective thing you're trying to put a proposition to there about whether someone has confidence in someone else or not. But what we can say is the EPA takes seriously its responsibilities to enforce compliance. Not everyone is always satisfied with our decisions. We understand that. But when we do make those decisions, we have the community and the environment's interest at heart. As I've said, you can see from the recent actions we're taking, we are taking action. I know the community is concerned about odour from the Woodlawn facility, and we've taken strong action to address odour. I think recently, we've issued fines. I think about $45,000 or $48,000 worth of fines in relation to the operation of the Woodlawn facility. So we do take that role seriously. And I think it's an overly subjective statement you're trying to make.
Well, I'm just relaying the views of the community of Goulburn, that they expressed a very low confidence in EPA's ability to regulate any new proposal for an energy waste facility because of seemingly an inability of EPA to curb or change Veolia's behaviours in terms of odour, environmental leakage, etc. with their existing facilities. Can you, in terms of EPA's resourcing, how many officers within EPA have specialist expertise in energy from waste technology?
We have officers, we have expertise across the range of domains that any facility, be it energy from waste or any other facility. So we have in-house human health risk assessors, hazardous waste assessors, air quality, noise, water. So all that expertise does exist inside the EPA and our technical teams.
Okay, but anything specific in terms of dedicated, like, are you going to have a dedicated energy from waste team?
The technology in those facilities isn't anything magical. They're often used on other types of industrial processes, things like bag houses and chemical dosing and scrubbing. So there's no need for us to have a specialised team. We regulate a whole range of industrial facilities, and energy from waste is just one of those. And I think the position really is, whether it's a widget factor or whether it's from an energy from waste plant, it's about the environmental outcomes that we're after from those facilities.
Okay. And are you aware of any additional funding that you will receive if these facilities get off the ground to support your work in essentially regulating a new industry?
I'm unaware of any additional funding, but it's part of our day-to-day regulatory response that government funds us to do.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Banasiak. Mr. Primrose, Mr. Savelle?
No.
Any questions, Mrs. Savelle? Ms. Savelle?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I was just waiting to see if Mr. Primrose had any in the room. I do have a couple of questions. Thank you to our EPA witnesses for appearing again for this inquiry. I wanted to ask you, earlier in the day we heard some evidence, some concerns around the waste infrastructure plan, at least chapter 1 that has been released. I think the concerns went to the level of detail and analysis. I just wondered if you had anything to update the committee on, or anything else to say about that plan,
in terms of answering to some of those concerns which were raised this morning?
Yes.
And I think we have had some information on that with a question that Mrs. McLaren-Jones asked. So if there's anything new to add to what Ms. Savall has put there would be helpful.
Okay. So the intention is to plan is to be in 3 parts. So the first part is the metropolitan, the immediate urgency around the landfill crisis in Greater Sydney, and it includes the energy from waste infrastructure analysis and the food and garden organics infrastructure. The second part is a focus on the regions, and it's looking at the regional recycling issues as well as the regional landfill capacity issues. We have identified 3 regions already that needs landfill issues addressed. There's a landfill shortage in three of the regions.
Nice.
And then the third part will be the more broader the recycling infrastructure needs, and that is very much linked to a I guess we are awaiting a decision from government on the waste levy, and whether the outcome of that decision will determine the kind of extent of infrastructure required, because recycling is underpinned by the economic drivers that levy creates. In terms of the one of the areas of criticism that I've heard of the Chapter 1 of the plan is the lack of specific details or kind of a map that outlines the locations of where the infrastructure needs to be. That's very much the intention of the set of actions under third part of the waste infrastructure plan. So it kind of sets up the mechanisms of establishing a lead government agency that will go work with councils and industry to develop up a specific map of outline, but that is very much mechanics of it is being set up, including the advisory panel that includes experts and industry and regional council experts that will kind of advise government on how to set up that map of the plan. That's in process, but that's, as you can imagine, is quite a complex thing to get going, and that's very much happening.
Yeah, look, so I think my point was that you look at Chapter 1, and that's not just it. There is a larger piece of work that sounds like it is being undertaken within the EPA, within government, to look at sort of the broader waste infrastructure needs, deficits, and other things, and some of the solutions. But Chapter 1 was the first sort of tranche, if you like.
That's right. It's the first tranche, and it's not the end of it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Look, I wondered if I could ask you again about some of the evidence that you have seen and looked at when it comes to energy from waste and the emissions profile, and how that compares to landfilling.
I might
Is it
start.
better? Is it worse?
Yeah. So there's kind of the way we look at it is that it's important to look at the emissions, but also I think it's important to look at the legacy, which is kind of the leachate and the ongoing management of those large landfills for eternity, basically. And I think it's kind of what we observe is that the comparing just the emissions, and I'll speak to the emissions bit, but it's kind of a false comparison in terms of the environment when you look at the holistic environmental issues. The emissions-wise, if you look at the climate change emissions, a really well-managed landfill with emissions recovery, like a really well-managed emissions capture system, or methane capture system, is comparable to an energy recovery facility. Like that's the kind of the climate change gases. However, our estimates of the emissions from energy from waste facility is much more robust than our estimates of emissions from a landfill. That's the area that we are working on at the moment. And so they may not be, at our current information says they're comparable, but in the future we may find that actually that's not, because the landfill emissions are done on a basis of quite a large estimate rather than necessarily on the specific, much more specific details. Anything?
And if you think about the sort of the longer term impacts of a landfill, so typically when we're thinking about because we regulate both the the active operation of a landfill when it's open, but we also regulate through our licences the post-closure. And post-closure for these landfills can often go out from anywhere to 30 to 50 years. And so you're dealing with this longer term legacy of things like the leachate, so the contaminated water that comes through the landfill. So again, it's one of these multi-dimensional things when you're thinking about the environmental impacts. You've got the greenhouse gas emissions, you've got odour impacts, you've got methane, you've got leachate generation, how you manage that in the future. And then there's probably a bigger discussion with landfills about you're sterilising land for that 30 to 50 years. What's the land useful for at the end of that? And can you put that land back into the productive economy? Can you reuse it? Can you repurpose it? So I think when thinking about what the longer term environmental impacts are, or the emissions, there's an air component, a climate change component, and a water quality component that goes with that. That you sort of need to think of it in that more holistic sort of life cycle.
And just in terms of that that land use piece, and the sort of the long tail of landfills, if you like, is that similar with energy from waste facilities, or have you done any work to sort of understand what that might look like, a potential reuse of land use to host an energy from waste facility?
Yeah, no, we haven't done any specific work on that, and I don't think I've seen anything from Europe either. These facilities tend to have an operating life of 30 years. There's some sort of refurbishment they need to do, usually at that 10 or 15 year mark, but they're usually designed from an engineering perspective for that sort of 25 to 30 year lifespan. And so there are general provisions and requirements in New South Wales about land pollution and site contamination. So, if the land was to be repurposed or reused in the future, it would need to do the standard contaminated site assessment work to see whether the repurposing of that land is suitable for that land use. So that's how the EPA would handle that down the track.
Thank you. Look, I do have another question, but I'm just mindful that my colleague Dr. Con's got her hand up and may have been asking a follow-on to one of mine. Sorry, Mandy.
Is that all right, Chair?
Yeah, that's fine.
I've got one. Yeah, thank you. There was a discussion in the previous session about the impact of the incoming FOGO mandate, which is, of course, really welcome, and the residual organic matter that might still be landfilled, so including things like timber from construction and demolition waste. Is there any work underway to address that? Are there other things we should be looking at to remove any further residual organic waste?
There's always kind of EPA kind of always look at what techniques or what methodologies might be available to kind of divert material from landfill. That's it's kind of iterate with it when it advises government on the waste strategies, development of waste strategies. That's kind of the research and work that we use to advise government on what the waste future strategies could be, and we're always looking at diversion. The challenge with diversion is finding a commercially viable offtake of material. So not only just bringing it out of landfill, but recycling it to a suitable material that someone is willing to purchase at the end of it. And that solving that is it's a quite a challenging. Obviously, as you probably committees heard before, it's a kind of a challenging thing. But we're always looking. However, at the moment, there's nothing specific about any other material diverted.
Okay, and I'm just interested, given the government's commitment to net zero, it hasn't, just to clarify that it hasn't considered getting timber out of landfill as worth pursuing in its own right when it's not commercially viable?
So there is, so in the construction and demolition space, the timber that comes out of construction demolition, there are a number of different companies that I'm aware of that are operating in New South Wales that produces fuel that is exported to design fuel out of that timber that is exported. The Chapter 1 of the Waste Infrastructure Plan and Energy from Waste section in there permits a designed fuel to be used to substitute more higher emitting fossil fuels. For example, it permits that in the new chapter as a mechanism. So what I'm talking about is an industrial process that uses coal, gas, or gasoline to be substituted with a designed fuel, purpose designed fuel, obviously with the air management systems and everything in place. They're the kind of the primary things, but I suspect the net zero plan government might articulate more thinking around the waste sector in the net zero plan coming.
I think the recyclers in particular are really chasing sort of things like paper and cardboard to go back into, into other products. And we see from the construction demolition waste sector more pulling out of timber and use for repurposes, Mr. Adapatu said, around energy recovery, but also from reconstitution into other building products. So we know there is a proportion of waste timber today goes into things like particle board and those high density building construction timbers that get used. So there's a very large plant out at Oberon that reuses waste timber from Sydney into some of its products. So there is the landfillers are often trying to find end markets for their waste timber. So and the levy is the real driver of pushing that material out of landfill rather than it going to landfill.
Lots more questions, I'm sure, from all of us, including me, but we are unfortunately out of time, so they will no doubt be coming to you on notice. The Secretariat will be in touch in that regard, and I think we've also taken a number of points on notice as well. So thank you for your time and your evidence today.
Thanks very much.
Thanks very much.
And so with that, we are now at an end for today's hearing, 16 minutes past 2.